Good afternoon, everyone. I think I'm not muted myself. Oh, it looks like it's working. How's everyone's day going? I know we got a little bit late starting here. By a little bit, I mean we're really late. But the weather was a little bit crappy this morning, and my poor old streamer body needed a little bit more of a rest today. So not to worry, we'll just burn the midnight oil, as they say, and just have at it. Just trying to get all my cords and shit in order. Alright, I think we're looking okay. What's going on, J-Snap? How's your day going, mate? I read what you guys were saying earlier. Nothing more, nothing more relaxing than watching someone else work. Pricks. So I've got an extra camera set up today. I'll just go live here in a second. I'm just still fart-assing around with a few little bits and pieces here. I'm going to grab a pew and we'll have a bit of a chitty chat. Ugh. Piper5299X, I know. This is the third time we've tried this, so let's go live, and you guys should be able to sit in, have a chat, relax, and look at some aeroplane stuff. Let's go ahead and move this cam a little bit. You can see it's a little bit chilly inside. There was a little bit of conjecture last stream where people couldn't figure out if the hangar was heated or not, and the hangar is most definitely not heated. It is really, really fucking cold in here to work in. Well, I've been in worse. That's what I tell myself. It's 3.2 degrees, and this what are we averaging? Low temperature in the hangar so far has only been 2 degrees, but for you guys down in the States, we use pretend temperature ranges. It's currently 37 degrees in the hangar. So it's a little bit cold to make things happen, but here we are. Like I said, I've been in worse. You haven't lived until you've been fixing an airplane in minus 30 plus the wind in the middle of a tarmac, getting snow and shit in your face. It's it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It's nice to watch others work on planes. Yeah, I know this. I honestly think this is the first time this has ever been done on Twitch. I've probably seen maybe one or two of maybe people working on cars or something like that. But yeah, definitely nothing like an aeroplane here. So what we're going to try and achieve today is I really want to finish off the engine. We started on that yesterday, so we started on it yesterday, but there's a few things I'm missing. I went over to the hangar next door to try and borrow some tools. We need to do a compression test on the thing. I don't think there's an issue. There's no real issue there with the compression, but it's always nice to do to keep an idea of the engine. So we're going to have to revisit the compression test later, but we've got to pull the rest of the spark plugs. I've got to service the air filter, the K&N air filter. We've got to pull the fuel bowl. And we've got to do a few more inspections and stuff like that on the engine. And of course, we'll grab out our a little boroscope camera here. We'll jam it inside the engine, and I'll give you a tour of the engine from the inside. A little bit of a engine surgery, a little bit of keyhole surgery here with the boroscope. So, this is just a little camera with a little light on the end of it, and we'll jam it around inside, show you the valve operation and stuff like that. So it should be pretty interesting. What else do we have to do? We have to pull the spinner of the prop. So we have to pull that thing off. That's this thing here just behind me. We've got to pull this thing off and do a prop inspection, a prop backing plate inspection, where we're just looking for cracks and things like that. So we're going to be pretty busy trying to do things, and you can see on top of the aircraft now I've got the iPad set up. Yesterday, what my plan was is so I don't have to keep looking at the setup I've got here, is that I can see chat on the iPad up there. But yesterday, it sat outside a little bit too long and got a bit too cold, and the Wi-Fi receiver just gave up the ghost. So there you go. You can make your iPad too cold and it stops working. But we got it inside now, or it's above 0, and it seems to be happy with that. So yeah, suck, squeeze, bang, blow. Photo light. That's suck, squeeze, bang, blow. Just about every engine deals in that kind of theory. Rotary, auto cycle, everything. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. Diesels, same thing. Yeah, I know. Yeah, prime time. So hopefully we'll see a few people dropping in, and yeah. So what I'd like to do this time around is, if you have questions, specific questions, because I'm going to have the iPad up there, feel free to just hit me up. You got any questions? You want to see something about the engine? Let me know, and I'll go ahead and try and show it to you, and take the time to answer any questions. So I don't have as much I need to achieve today. Well, it sounds like I do have a lot, and I do, but I'm going to have a lot more time to deal with things. Did I tell you about the fuel bowl? Yeah, we've got to pull the fuel bowl as well, and then we'll do a bit of an inspection of... those guys don't preheat their engines. Yeah, this thing does have a heater, but it's a tiny little heater pad on the bottom of the sump. So yeah, if the aircraft was going to go flying here in winter, there's extension cord here. You'd plug it in and leave the engine warm, put a blanket over it, and you'd be fine. So it does have a heater there. The buckets are more reliable and everything. I know it was so hard to find them though. Like it really, really was. It was an absolute pain. I just turned the mic down a little bit. Let me know what the levels are like. Can you talk about fuel sumping? Yeah, we can. I'll talk about the fuel system, the gascolator, and what its purpose is, and we can even have a look at it and why we need to inspect it. Doing the Michael Jackson thing again. So I'll go ahead and show you that. The fuel system on these aircraft are really, how would you say? They are very simple in their operation, but they serve a very important function. So we'll go over that and we'll have a look at that. 22 Whiskey, what's going on, my friend? How's your day going? Yeah, we'll tear the engine apart. This camera that you can see up here, that camera you can see up there, I'm planning on not moving it for the whole stream. Maybe I'll move it forward and aft a little bit, but that'll pretty much be it. Just so you can see an overview of where the hell I am positioned on the aircraft. But the camera over here that you can see my hand in now, that's going to be our movable camera, so you can see it around there. And I'll try and have this little desktop camera here pointing out whatever I'm doing behind me. So hopefully you'll have a little bit better view and a little bit more orientation. On where I am and where I'm looking on the aircraft. But again, we'll just focus here on the engine for the time being. And like I said, questions, queries, comments, hit me up. It'll be there. You can see the iPad up there. So yeah. Anyway, that's all I've got for you. So I'm pretty actually excited to see how this borescope cam goes and jam it into the engine. I'm really, really excited to see this. So we've got to pull the spark plugs first. We've got to pull the spark plugs, so we'll pull those out, have a look at the bottom plugs, and talk about why we have different plugs. I've got a slightly better setup here now as well to show these things. So we'll show you what the top spark plugs look like. And this is, yeah, there'll be a post-inspection flight, but it's not going to happen for a while, nothing. There will be a post-inspection flight. Yeah, so the different spark plugs here are specific. I'm getting ahead of myself because you can't see them, but we'll talk about those in a second. And there's a few other inspections we got to do, like down on the firewall. I'm pretty interested to have a look at, but yeah. So yeah, this is P3D 64-bit, as you can see, the new A2A RV6. It's just right there. Alright, so it even simulates swearing when you bash your knuckles on things, so should be good fun. Alright, I'm going to put my gloves on because it is ridiculously cold, and let's, yeah, I've done all the post-inspection flights with Rob after we've gone. It's been a little bit of fun. Alright, so I'll keep the headset on, keep all that stuff on. I'll move the cameras around and we'll go from there. What's going on, Nutton? How's your day been? Chilling out, I hope. Got some foam in the way. Yeah, let's just go ahead and pull these other plugs, have a look at the plugs, tell you why they're different. We'll show you what the aviation spark plugs look like, why they're a little bit different to car spark plugs. It's quite interesting that we have car spark plugs here ready to go. So let's do it. Let's pull some plugs. Instead of sitting here yammering away, we're not going to achieve anything by doing that. Plus, I might even do a little bit of cleaning. How much fun is cleaning? It's very fun. So what I need here is a 7/8 socket for the aircraft spark plugs. And I'll grab ourselves out. I grabbed the wrong tools when I was over in the hangar next door, but instead of faffing around and heading over there, I'm just going to use what I got, so that'll be it. So for those of you guys that may not be aware, the aircraft engines typically always all have 2 spark plugs per cylinder, so a total of 8. This engine here, it's a 4-cylinder engine, right? So a total of 8 spark plugs. This aircraft being a little bit different for the reason that has an electronic ignition. For the reason that it has an electronic ignition, and that electronic ignition uses car spark plugs, because it's actually almost based off a car ignition system where it has solid state a little bit leaded up here. Hopefully you'll be able to see that. So these are the aviation spark plugs. I'll show you those in a second. They're a little bit leaded up, and what I mean by that is all that white soot there. It's nothing wrong with the plugs. It's just a byproduct of combustion. So pretty standard stuff there. Nothing to worry about. But like I was saying yesterday, it's always good to have a really good look at the plugs as you pull them out. They give you a good understanding of how the engine is actually going, whether the combustion process is nice, or all of these other things like that. So always have a look at them before you clean them up. Like I said yesterday, look at everything, because everything is a clue of a potential problem. And we don't like potential problems. That's our job, is to find them. Find them, fix them, or tell someone about them so they can fix them if we don't have the skills to do it. Thank you for the follow there. I think I should actually have alerts working today. I don't know who the follow was from, but I think I actually should have alerts and all of those gold thingies, and I think I even had, for some reason, the donate, you have a little person that talks about the donations or whatever. That wasn't working yesterday, so I didn't hear when anything was happening. It was kind of annoying. All right, let's show you these plugs. So it's got a cute little desk over here. We'll just roll this camera around. A little bit of luck, you guys will be able to see them. Oh, Wonderbar. So these are the 2 types of plugs that we've got. These bottom ones here are the aviation style plugs. You can see they're really quite large. And these up here are the car style spark plugs. And these are the ones that are put... this over. These are the ones here that are actually even used in cars, but these are on the top ignition system of the engine. There's no real difference. I mean, with the spark plug, all it's designed to do is to take high tension electrical power and convert it into a arcing spark. So that's why we have a 2 points. You have the little center point, the electrode there, and then an outer earth. The idea is the electrical power comes in through the inside, it earths out to across this little bridge there, and when it earths out, it creates a spark and the combustion cycle, away it goes. Now, why the aviation plugs are a little bit bigger perhaps than cars is redundancy and heat. So because the aircraft engine here it can go through quite a large amount of heat cycles and all sorts of stuff like that, where a car typically gets up to heat, and that's really all that happens. And so you can actually see the shielding here, which is this ceramic material here, this white stuff. Well, the actual aviation spark plug has the same thing. It actually has a ceramic shielding on the inside there. However, that ceramic shielding is then covered by this sort of metal outer cover here. So it's just a more protected version of this plug. Just imagine this plug with a metal shielding over the top, because anything could hit these plugs. I mean, if they're on top of the engine, a bird could end up inside it. Anything could happen. And of course, anything to do with aviation means they're infinitely more expensive than anything else. So one of these style car spark plugs, you're talking, I don't know, I don't think we have iridium plugs here. Just standard plugs, just standard Denso plugs that you'd get from your local Benson or wherever the hell people shop over here. That would be $3-4, where aviation spark plugs you're looking at $25 to $30 each. So when you're an apprentice fixing airplanes, one of the worst things you can do when you start your job, when you don't know what you're doing, is drop a tray of these, and it's very, very expensive. The reason being is if you drop a spark plug, you put it in the bin. That's it. You drop it on the floor, throw it out. Because this ceramic material on the inside of the plug here, if it gets even a little bit of crack, a little crack there, it's a path for the high tension electrical power to earth out inside the plug. Plug stops working, and now you have problems with your engine. Plus, once there's a crack there, heat cycles and all these other things, crack gets bigger, blah, 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 and then you may not have a problem now, but you will later. So when you're doing a spark plug change on something like a 6-cylinder engine, and you've got 12 spark plugs, you've got, what is that, over $250 worth of plugs in your hands, don't drop the fucking tray. You will annoy people. So anyway, I haven't seen chat, so there's my little explanation. Next level stuff, Dendy91GG. I know, right? So this system has 2 plugs per cylinder. Correct, Angry Beaver. A top plug and a bottom plug. Try a Baron. Yeah, no, fuck. Yeah, no. Becomes an expensive fishing weight, Piper 5299X. Exactly. Yep. You're not going to catch enough fish with it, I can tell you that much. But yeah, so these are the 2 plugs. These are on the top side of the cylinder. I can go ahead and show you where these plugs are on the top side of the cylinder. Now, they have a special little insert to make these work. So basically, the way that these sit here is these 2 plugs. Imagine that there was a tube in between these 2 plugs, which is which would be the combustion chamber through here. Well, these 2 plugs here, they fire at the same time, and the reason for this is when everything is working well, this is actually a very, very efficient way of burning inside a combustion chamber. Take, for instance, a single spark plug. Let's go ahead and... do I have a tubey tube type thing? Aha! We might be able to do this. Demonstrate with the cunning use of tape. So it's not just for redundancy, it actually helps with the burn. So imagine this was your cylinder inside the engine, right? And we're looking down into it, yeah? Well, if I just go ahead and have one spark plug here sitting inside the cylinder igniting the fuel, well, let's imagine this. Well, everyone's seen fire, right? What's going to happen? Well, we're going to have a flame front that's going to propagate over here. So a flame front being where the spark actually ignites the air-fuel mixture. And what ends up happening is all of this air-fuel mixture, well, it takes time for it to combust, right? It's not an instant combustion. Instant combustion is detonation. Detonation is bad. So what we want is a nice slow progression of this, what's called the flame front inside the cylinder. So as this first little bit here of fuel and air mixture here ignites, and that flame front propagates forward like this, it takes time. And so what ends up happening is we have an inefficient burn. Well, not as efficient as it could be. And so here we go, we have a flame front that moves forward, and then all of a sudden all of that air fuel has suddenly burnt, and as it's burnt, it's blown up, for lack of a better term, pushed down on the cylinder, and the cylinder's gone through its cycle, right? But now consider having two spark plugs, like we have in an aircraft engine. Now, when these two plugs are timed correctly, so this top plug and the bottom plug spark at the exact same time, we now have a really optimum burn here, is where we have two flame fronts coming together at the same time. These two flame fronts hit in the middle here, so as this air fuel, it starts igniting and then it starts rolling forward. The same air fuel mixture from this plug starts rolling forward and it meets in the center. What that means is there's a nice even pressure on the piston. Imagine the piston sitting in here. There's a nice even pressure on that piston as this combustion cycle happens and pushes the cylinder down. So this is one of the other reasons why we have these two plugs. It's a more efficient way of actually burning the air fuel mixture. This is why, where this is going to segue, this is why when we're doing flights in an aircraft, real-world flights, why we see a 50 RPM drop. That is literally the difference in power you have from two spark plugs versus one. When you turn a magneto off, essentially you're taking this spark plug away, and the engine is now operating on one spark plug, one flame front, and there's a subsequent power loss, and that power loss can be read as around 50 RPM. That's how big of a difference there is, and it's something we can measure and we can see even as a pilot. It's just maybe not understanding exactly what's happening there. We just look for the numbers, right? Like we go, okay, is it a 50 RPM loss or 150? It needs to be within that range, and all that is why there's a range, 50 RPM to 150 RPM, is just checking the timing between these two plugs. So if this plug here is firing a little bit too early, what that means is when this fires a little too early, the piston isn't all the way up the top here at top dead center, and it's not firing. It's firing too early, so the air fuel mixture hasn't had enough of a chance to compress yet, and because it hasn't had enough of a chance to compress, there's less joules of energy that are created by the burn here, and blah 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 blah. You get the idea. Two spark plugs, good. One spark plug is okay, but a nice even flame front from two spark plugs like this is another reason why we have two plugs. It actually gives you a tiny little bit more power, but a measurable amount of more power. Anyway, questions. I can see. Are the other automotive plugs cheaper than the metal ones? Yes. What if it's got one plug is in the center of the head, like my Honda engine? Yeah, so a center point, again, it's not optimum. It is okay, but you're starting to get into really complex, really complex. Like imagine having a plug here, right? You get into complex flows inside the actual cylinder, and there is actually a flow here, and the reason thinking about this is, let's just take this a bit further, is the air that's actually coming into the cylinder isn't just stationary. The air that comes into the cylinder actually has a rotational factor to it. The air doesn't just come in and sit there as a thing. It actually comes in swirling. This is good for a few things. Is that when it comes in swirling, it means that this air fuel mixture is continuing to mix. It's keeping itself at a nice even mixture of air and fuel particles in here, and they're like spinning around and doing all sorts of stuff like that. So when you go ahead and put a plug in the middle of it, you now have to deal with all of this complex stuff that's happening, like the air fuel mixture is actually rotating here. So what ends up happening is your spark, it propagates again, and it propagates outwards, but is very dependent on the swirl of the air. And the swirl of the air is dependent on throttle position and all of these other things, intake tubes. It's really, really complex to deal with this as the air here is rotating. So people smarter than me design engines with the plug here, and they say it's good. It's probably a little bit of marketing hype as well, but there would be a power increase from having a plug move from there to here, but it still wouldn't be as noticeable as having, say, two plugs. And the reason being is if the air fuel mixture isn't quite mixed perfectly, we're going to have a flame front that propagates more to one side of the cylinder than the other, and you're going to have an uneven pressure on the piston moving up and down. And uneven pressure is the enemy of engines, as we want a nice even pressure on the piston face. And we'll be having a look at the piston face here pretty soon. In fact, actually, we could probably start transitioning towards that now. So this air that's actually moving inside the cylinder is something to think about as well. Anyway, what else have we got? I should have my iPad with me. That will make things easier. So does the RV have CAD files for their cockpit? They haven't sent them to me yet, Cytec. I don't know if you're talking about this plane or talking about something else, but Arctic Cat snowmobiles have 2 plugs per engine for power. Yeah, it's what happens to the fuel injector in the 2 versus 1 spark plug timing? Good question, Malachite Kel. Wait, no, sorry, that was Nick the Roadie. What happens to the fuel injector? So yeah, the fuel injector is a tuned position, right? So let's say the 2 plugs are here. I remember I was telling you about that swirl. Well, let's use this here as our fuel injector. Well, the fuel injector here sits kind of like this. And so the point of the fuel injector here is to add fuel to the swirling air mass. So the fuel injector here is put in an optimum position. In fact, on all engines... Yep, it's right near where the intake is. So we'll have a look at this when we put things inside. So here's our fuel injector. The intake, where air is coming from, we'll take our knife here and use the knife as air. So air is coming in here. As it enters into the cylinder, it's starting a rotation like this, right? And as the air rotates around, the fuel is being injected into it as it initially comes in. Like, imagine if I was just pouring air in like this, we would have not a very good mixing rate, right? We've got fuel spraying in there, but it's not really mixing with everything. But here, imagine just like a blender. Like a blender, right? Is the swirl is going to be fastest around the outside, and where the intake is coming from is kind of on a slant. It's like off center. So as the air comes in, it's going to swirl around like this, and as it swirls around, it's picking up the fuel and actually gets a really, really good mixture of this air and fuel. But without that, like if the injector was here, it wouldn't mix as well. You'd end up having a higher density of fuel here than a nice complete mixture, because the air is going to flow around here, and it's only going to pick up particles on the outside here, and it's just not going to mix well. Whereas here, as it picks up fuel and it swirls around like a great big blender. That's it. Yeah, it could be because of that as well, Angry Beaver. I mean, Tactical Knife is air simulation complete. Would there be any advantage to having 3? Not that I could imagine. Not in this particular engine. I mean, maybe if you could have a plug here and you'd have a perfect flame front like this, but I'm no engine designer. I never done anything like that. That would be someone else's answer. But from my limited understanding, like maybe if you had another plug here, so you'd have a flame front being directed down, that would be okay. But it would be like perfect scenario kind of like thing, right? So yeah, I don't know. I would imagine it would, but the complexity of having 3 plugs plus valves and all these other things there would make it almost irrelevant. Tactical knives are useful when fixing claims. Might be worthwhile an explanation versus experimental versus certified. Yeah, okay, we'll talk about that as we go. Why don't we, let's just take some time here getting these cameras set up, and let's have a little look inside the engine, and I can show you what all I mean here. We'll be able to see the piston. Well, I hope. I'm going to hope we are, because it'll just be dependent on a few things here, but let me go ahead and play with the, what do we got? The plugs are out. I don't really want to pull an exhaust. If I were to pull an exhaust, this one here would be the best to look at. Yeah, I don't want to play with it. We'll just jam it into the exhaust, into the actual. Yeah, we'll just put it into the actual spark plug hole here. I think that'll be the best thing to do. So just give me a second here while I plug in our little cam. I'm going to have to pick a plug here to disconnect. Why don't we go with... yeah, what we'll do is I'll kill this other cam up top here. So we'll kill it. It's going to be yellow cam. Put this in. Let's have a little look inside. Alright, this should be good. Here we go, here's our little cami cam. No, these are not, no, they're not overhead. Overhead valves, well, technically they are because they're above the cylinder. The overhead cams is just car nomenclature, like, it's just nothing. This is it. Alright, so there's my hand, there's the engine, and let's see if we can index ourselves here. Probably see up my nose as well if we really wanted. Let's index this, and let's poke around. Now you're going to have to bear with me, this is the first time I've tried it with this particular camera, so it might take me a little bit to get rolling here, but let's just see if this will work. Oh, it will! Oh, wonderful. So what I'm actually looking at right there is that's the piston face right there. What can we see? We can actually already see a valve there half open. Wonderful. What a great little camera. So we're actually looking at the piston there. So why don't I get out of the way of the prop here, and we'll spin it around and do a little bit of surgery. Let's just make sure I'm not going to get hit by the thing. The spark plugs are out, the batteries are off, and the ignition is off. Sorry, the camera's rolling around all crazy like. I think this camera is going to serve us better placed here. Right. While we're doing that, and let's put this here so I can read it. Alright, fantastic. I can see just about everything that I need to see. So let's go in and have a little look, and we'll be able to watch this piston here move up and down as we go ahead and rotate through the propeller. You can see the piston's getting closer and closer. That's not me moving the camera. That's literally how close the piston here gets to the actual spark plug. Let's go ahead. Keep bringing it all the way down. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, this is just all lead deposits that you can see on the front of the piston there. So what you're looking at, all of that white crummy stuff, is it's just lead deposits, and there's nothing there that says it's in bad shape. All that is just byproducts of, aircraft engines still use leaded fuel. All of that is just byproducts of the combustion process and deposits just left behind by the engine. We should be able to see, with a little bit of luck, the actual cylinder wall. Yeah, we can see it nicely. In fact, you can see still got a beautiful let's see how we go here. Yeah, we can see the cylinder wall here, and what we're looking for, if you were looking in here, is for what's called glazing. And glazing is bad. It just means it will start losing compression on the cylinder here. But it's actually looking wonderful. And a little bit of luck, probably, actually, if I come up, this is through the injection hole. Camera's just a bit too big to fit through the injection hole. We're not going to fit in through there. What I'm trying to do is see if I can make the camera sort of turn around inside the cylinder there, so we can have a little look at... Yeah, that's not going to work. I'm trying to be able to... It's just the lens is a little bit too big. What I'd really like to do is be able to show you... what you can see at the top of the left of the camera there is one of the spark plug holes. The opposite spark plug hole. There it is there. Really, you're going to have to bear with me. Sorry, guys. See if we can see the exhaust... See, anyway, let's just jam it in one of these others. Have a little look in here. Oh, and the piston's right in front of us there. Let's go ahead and wind it back. Get a bit better of a look at it, and we can see this piston looks just about the same. We got a little bit of crummy stuff on the face of the piston here, but nothing crazy. Again, just all byproducts of the combustion process. It just leads up, and the way it is, yeah. Anyway, so the other thing that we can see as well on the pistons is we're actually seeing as the flame front as not quite the flame front, but the deposits that the actual flame front is leaving behind. The other thing that's good to look at here is if we saw a pile of oil here in the bottom of the cylinder, down here, we're looking at the bottom now, if we saw a pile of oil down there, we would know that the oil seals of the piston are not doing that great, but we don't see anything like that, so we know the seals inside the piston, they're doing the right job, so everything is looking okay. What planes? Just about anything with a piston engine. Anything with a piston engine still use leaded fuel. There is currently a push to move away from leaded fuel, but yeah, currently... Oh, is that the valve right there? I think it might be. It is too. So what you can see just moving forward and aft is... Oh, that's pretty cool. So we can actually see the piston moving up with the valve open. Now that valve is actually the intake valve. So what we're seeing here is the actual intake stroke. So this is the compression stroke. So the valve is open, letting in all that fuel and air. And if we continue with the cycle, so yeah, intake stroke, there we go, we're going the right way. So intake stroke, so it's taken in a large supply of air. Now we'll see this intake valve start to close. That was the valve off to the left hand side, and then here comes the piston. So what it's doing now is compressing the air fuel mixture, jamming it all the way right up to the end. You can see how far up the piston actually comes. Look how far up it is, and then There's the bang. I don't know if you can hear it, but there's a click when we come through here. That's the spark going off. And after the spark, now we've got a flame front, and the piston is being pushed back by the burning air fuel mixture. And back it goes. And that would be the power stroke. And then if we have some luck, maybe just maybe, just maybe, we'll see the exhaust valve pop up here. Let's see. I'm really trying to get this orientated so we can see it. I think we might see it there. So now this is the exhaust cycle. So the piston's coming up to squeeze all of that exhaust out, but I'm really struggling to see. Really struggling to see this exhaust valve. Maybe we would see it better from up top, but... Oh, yep, there we go. We can just see in the bottom right-hand corner there, you can just see a little bit of the exhaust valve there. Just a tiny, tiny little bit of it. So now the exhaust valve is open as the piston gets to top dead center. You can see just on the right-hand bit of the... let me see if I can just rotate it. Oh, that's probably the best I can do. But there you go. You can see the valve. That is the exhaust valve there that you can see. That's it wide open. And the piston is now pushing out all of that spent air fuel and all of that exhaust gas that's already been used. Piston comes up to the top, and now, there we go, in the bottom left-hand side there, you can see the intake, so it's starting a new cycle. So now it's sucking in air fuel. There we go, the valve is starting to close, piston's at the bottom. Now the piston's coming up for the compression cycle, starting to squeeze all of that air and fuel together, and then we're going to hear a click, and this is the power cycles. This is when the spark plug is gone. There it goes, spark plug is gone. It's pushing the cylinder back, which is driving our propeller, and making the engine make power. And hopefully we'll see this complete 4 cycles. Now, there we go. There comes the exhaust valve. The exhaust valve opens, and now out goes all of that spent exhaust gas. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Can be put in situation with detonation. Yeah, I missed that, whatever that question was. That's kind of cool. We can see the whole cycle. Not quite as clearly as I would like. It would be really cool to get the camera in there and show you the face of the... Or maybe we can. I wonder if I can just... Got lead and all sorts of shit all over the camera now. I'm just wondering if I can bend the the cable here and try and feed it in and then turn it around. I need that piston to go away. Alright, that's bottom dead center there. Let's see if we can't make this happen. We're going to need it bent like there, feed it in, and then just see if we can turn it around. The super duper expensive borescopes you can get that have full... Oh, we're close. Oh, that's the other spark plug. The super duper expensive borescopes, they have little mechanisms. You can move them around and do whatever the hell you want with them. Is someone flying the fuck around? Someone's keen. What was that? I think that... Is that the... Yeah, that looks like the valve face. Come on. I'm not going to be able to keep the camera in there when... What do we got here? See if we crush the camera in there, that'd be funny. Yeah, we're starting to crush it. Yeah, I think the only way I'm going to be able to show the actual valves themselves is that's the other spark plug there. That's really cool. Yeah, I think the only way I'm going to be able to show these valves is if I took one of the exhausts off. That would be it. Do they make two-stroke engines for aircraft? Yeah, they do. They're like Rotax things. I think this aircraft over the back here, that thing, I know you can't see it, but that thing over there, it's two-stroke. Not safe for work! Cool engine, not as cool as mine. Any other questions that I missed? Something here about detonation. I think that was from Nutton. Prevent detonation aircraft. Yeah. Thanks, Nutton. I missed my 540, I know. 540s, they're real engines, Piper 5299X. Real engines. Oh, there we go. I don't really want to pop an exhaust. I mean, I could actually technically jam this all the way up the exhaust. That would be fun. The exhaust is definitely cold enough. Why don't we try it? What's the worst that can happen? Just lose a camera up there somewhere. Up we go. Up the old tailpipe, as they say. Let's just hope it goes the right way. Yeah. No. No dice. I don't want to take an intake off. What can we do? We could go have a look down in the sump, but we're not going to be able to see anything in there. We're going to get the camera covered in oil. We can try and head down into the sump. Why not? Down we go. Let's get off whatever that little lip is there. Oh, yeah, she's got a little bit of a bend to her now from all of my pushing and farting. Oh, wonderful. So now we're down inside the sump of the engine. So I'm going to have little to no control over the camera here. But what you're actually looking at right there, that's actually one of the intake tubes. So remember yesterday where I was saying the sump actually has the intake tubes running through it? Well, that's one right there. Sounds like someone's flying around in a Baron outside. Yeah, that's actually one of the intake tubes for one of the cylinders. So that's what it looks like inside the sump, is there's a tube running inside the sump here, which is taking the air into the engine. That's it right there. I don't want to go too far in and lose control of the runkle. A little bit of oil still in the bottom there. That's just all oil just pooling at the bottom of the sump. Yeah, it's a little bit of oil down there, but nothing. Surgery on an engine. Cool. It would have been nice to be able to get in here and show you what's going on a little bit further inside the engine, like up in here, but the only way I'm going to be able to do that is if we pull one of these pots, one of these cylinders, but we haven't decided if we're going to do that yet, so... Actually, there is a borescope inspection hole in the back here. It should be. Let me just hang this up for a second. Let's see if break stuff. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get in there. The only other way is pull a mag. I'm not gonna pull a mag for no reason. We've already established it won't fit through the injection hole. That'll be it. I think that's all we're going to be able to achieve with the borescope cam until we decide what we're going to be doing with the engine work that we may or may not do. So we'll have to, I think, probably leave it at that for the time being. Put the cam up there, sort of up there. All right. There we go. So we had a look. That's my foot. Crankcase vent. Yeah, it's too hard to get at because this is an aerobatic aircraft. It's got a crankcase vent system there. It's not an inverted oil system, but the crankcase. It's not just a standard vent because it's aerobatic. It's difficult to get in there. All right. Well, I'm going to keep on working here. I'm going to disconnect the cam here, and we'll switch back on over. We'll switch back on over to doing some work. I can hear myself. Fuck you, iPad. Okay, yeah, we can just kill the video thing there. Perfect. There's chat. No, it's literally just a great big. It's just a great big tube that just comes out the top of the crankcase. That's all it is. Is nothing fancy about it at all. It's just here the tube's got a whole heap of bends and stuff to it, so we wouldn't get a camera down it. Oh my god. Let's go here to yellow cam. Oh fuck, I've got to turn it. Just hang on a second, guys. I've got to do some extra work on this cam up here. Oh, it's like a million feet in the air. Problem with having all these cameras out is this. Alright, that should work fine. Alright, we should be good. Yeah, what Elios said, it's if the crankcase ever pressurizes, it's really, really bad because all it's going to do is start pushing Oh, Rob's calling me. Just hang on a second, guys. This is the owner of the aircraft. Rob, how are you? Phew! Not in trouble. All good. I was just seeing what I'm doing. I was meant to be finished by now, and here I am still working, right? So, yeah, nothing fun is going to be cheap. Correct. So I think that camera... No, it's not working yet, so let me go ahead and make sure it's working. Alright, we got the cameras working again. So let's continue on here. We got the plugs pulled. That's all we really cared about. And we'll start thinking here. I will put the injectors back in here in the near future. We've got those to clean up. But I don't want to start putting things back in while we're still pulling things off the aircraft. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm just going to move these plugs so they're not in a position where they'll fall. And I think we'll start on the gascolator now. Now we've got the plugs out. We've done a little bit of a look around the aircraft. We'll pull this gascolator off, which is just in here, and go from there. Do an inspection of that bad boy. Yeah, we'll talk about the fuel system and stuff like that. I don't think there's anything else. We got to do the exhaust. We got to do things like that. So yeah, why don't we start pulling those things off and talk as we go. Thank you for the follow there, whoever that was. I'm sorry I missed it. I probably am not going to be able to see it either. Perfect. Beer? No beer. What do I need the 1500 for? Beer? No, it's to actually pay for the flight to Australia. It's actually to, yeah, like I said, I need to go back to Oz. It's a friend's wedding, but my plan is a week before the wedding, there's the Australian Air Show down at Avalon in Melbourne, and so my plan is to go down to the air show, take my recording gear like this, and do a live stream from the air show, and it will be going in not on the public days. We'll be going in with the trade days, which means we're going to have access to the aircraft, be able to walk around, talk with people about the planes and stuff like that. So that's the plan. And I mean, I don't work, so So my only income is streaming. That's it. We still haven't released the Cub, of course, so we got nothing there. So the gascolator's just got a little blast air tube here just to keep the fuel cool for some reason. Stop it boiling, I guess. But we'll pull that off. And I'm actually going to pull these exhaust things off here as well. So we need to do an inspection of this exhaust shroud here. It's a standard airworthiness directive on any aircraft that has... any aircraft that has any cabin heating done through the exhaust, and because of this, I need to do it. So I'll let you guys look over my shoulder here as I pull it all apart. And what we're looking for is basically what happens is blast air comes in through here through the intake, right? Through the intake, the cooling air from the engine, and it actually runs through and comes down this tube here. And what we have here is like a cylinder within a cylinder, and the cylinder within the cylinder is this air wraps around and is flown over the hot exhaust and then gets plumbed into the cabin. So what we need to do here is we're looking for any cracks or anything like that in the exhaust, because if we have a crack there, we now have carbon monoxide in the cabin, and that puts pilots to sleep. And pilots that are asleep tend to not be very good pilots. So we got to have a real good inspection of that, because it's the only way we get heat into the cabin actually is directly off the exhaust. That's all we have. So we have to spend a little bit of time looking over this, as you could imagine. But we want to look for any signs of exhaust leaking into the cabin heat. Most aircraft, most pilots, they'll carry a carbon monoxide tester with them anyway, so if they see the thing going off, they'll turn cabin heat off. But the problem with an aircraft like this, like a 172, you've got a great big window to open up and you can get nice fresh air in. A little airplane like this, it's only got these tiny little blast air intakes. There's one just here beside me, and this is all you've got to get fresh air into the cabin. And so, which makes it even more important to be able to have a good look at this exhaust. And we're just going to move all these tubes out of the way, because they're just going to be a pain for us. Tube. Perfect. I'm actually probably going to need this to pry this bad boy off. look at this. This year. There we go. So yeah, this is all it is this cylinder here is it's just a shroud that sits around the exhaust. You can see the exhaust is wide open now, and this shroud here, it just grabs the air. We got a intake air in here, exhaust here, and this is what goes into the cabin, and this shroud just keeps all of that air tucked up and nice and warm wrapped around the exhaust. We're now going to have a good look at this. Make sure I don't roll over any of my cords. Wind this bad boy down. Ah, Wilson Trucker. After you've done it a few times, you remember. Knacker ducts, that's them. Heat exchanger, that's a fancy word that we're talking about. So what we're looking for in here is what we'll see here is lead actually helps us a lot, is we'll actually see lead deposits starting to form if there were any cracks in this exhaust. But we're not actually just looking in this heat exchanger. I'm actually going to look over the entire exhaust here for any cracks. The other thing a crack will give us is a power loss. And where we'll be expecting to see these cracks is typically where there's a weld or joins or anything that is changing the metal, where we'd expect to see fatigue. So sometimes here, I don't know if you can see it, it's a exhaust temperature probe, an EGT probe. I'll just try and set this up so you can look over my shoulder what I'm looking at. I can't promise the cameras are going to be good here because I actively actually need to do the inspections, right? So we look anywhere that we might see some white or anything that looks abnormal, even some pitting or anything like that is all pretty simple to spot. Well, not simple to spot, but a tiny little crack can be a not so tiny problem as discussed. Sorry about all this camera bumping and stuff like that, guys. So I'm looking at all of these the welds around here on the tubes, looking at all of them, because this is where we would expect to find any metal fatigue if the cracks were, if the welds were bad. But we can't see anything here right now. I've got like a Y piece in here that we'll have a good look at. The other place we look is around these gaskets. You can get tiny little hot spots, and what these hot spots, why they're bad, is these super hot spots. They can damage the area around them. So let me turn this off for a second, or just wind it back so you can see. So if there was a tiny little hole that was coming out here near the exhaust gasket right up the top here, is it would provide a tiny little hot spot on the cylinder head, and a little hot spot like that could actually create a crack, a heat crack, right? As there'll be this really hot, almost like a flame, directed right on somewhere where it shouldn't be. So that's why we have a good look up here at the gaskets as well, because we would see any exhaust pressure leaks around these gaskets. So I really take my time with exhaust because of that heat thing. It could be just a little crack like that. It could blast a hole in the intake tube because you can see the exhaust here. This is the exhaust. Is really, really close to the intake tube, right? Now, there's no fuel in this intake tube. Because we've got an injected engine here. However, if there was a little tiny crack in this exhaust, it could go over here and burn a hole in the intake. Then all of a sudden, this cylinder here is making no power and we have a partial engine loss. So we keep a real good close eye on everything that we can look at. Like I said yesterday, we be a little detective and look for any sign, because anything, a little sign here on the exhaust could point to a problem further up the food chain. So that's really what I'm looking for here. It's just any indication of any problems here could give us an indication further up the food chain. Now once we get down the bottom here, down the bottom, it's not really any problem. Now, let me get my little handy dandy mirror out here. Handy little mirror here, and this will give us a view around the corner in the places that I can't really see. Looking good. You have to forgive me when I'm in spots like this, guys, because these are real inspections that I have to achieve things in, and I have to run through my my internal thought process and make sure I'm not missing anything as I look around. So there's a tiny little bit of lead deposit in here in this gap, but nothing I'm really concerned about. This white piece is looking fine. Someone's still flying around making engine noise outside. Yeah, a little bit of lead deposit up there, but nothing crazy. A little something there. Let's have a better look at it. There's a little bit of lead deposit here where it shouldn't be. That's nothing. Oh, so we're almost done here on the right-hand side, and I'll take the camera here and show you over everything that I've been looking at. I'm not going to be able to show you in as great a detail as I can see with my eye, but it'll be close enough. I'll show you the things we're all looking for here. So a lot of aeroplanes, unless something's broken, there's really just staring at them. If there's nothing to fix, there's nothing to fix. You just go about your day, look at things with a flashlight, pretend you know something about planes, and move on to the next one. Simple stuff. It's great. Yeah, this left side's pretty okay here, so let me go ahead and show you with the camera. It's Gimp and Ainter's. This isn't actually technically my job, just helping a friend out with his aircraft. I haven't seen if it does that photo light. I actually haven't seen it's got on it Go Sooner. I don't know. I got it from Amazon. It was like $15 or something. It's got a focus thing here. like an extenderometer or something. It just changes the light intensity. I'm running it all the way as wide as I can so it doesn't fuck the camera. Yeah, so any questions there? Is this live fixing? LebSpy, it is indeed. We are indeed live, and we're pretending to fix some things. So let's go ahead and show you here with the camera the stuff that I'm looking at with this exhaust. So we can see... Oh, of course we're getting fucking random flashing. Alright, let's see how we go. So what I'm doing is looking in all of these welds here. So you can see in this Y piece, so there's the exhaust is going to the left and to the right. What I'm doing is looking right there into... Let's see if this will work. I'm looking right into that gap there between the two pieces, the two legs of the exhaust, and having a good look in there. That's where I'm expecting to see the cracks. The other place is kind of like up here. This is where the exhaust attaches to the cylinder of the engine, right? You can see the cylinder up there. And so what I'm looking at there is looking for any white deposits in between where these two pieces meet. And so the gasket is squeezed in between this piece and the actual head of the cylinder there. So I'm looking for any white deposits or anything like that that would indicate exhaust has been leaking out from there. The other place I'm looking here is a you call it like a spring, like a tension. What would you call this? It's like a heat expansion attachment point. You can see that there's springs on these screws there. There we go. So those two screws that we can see around the tube there, they actually have springs on them. And the purpose of this is as the exhaust heats up and cools down, that we need to have an expansion place for this, because what will happen is this whole tube here will actually extend that way as it heats up, right? As metal heats up, it expands, and so what this is it's like that's the word, expansion joint. So this great big thing here that looks kind of like a triangle, this thing here, tapping with the flashlight, is a heat expansion joint. So the hottest part of the exhaust is right up here, right at the bottom of the cylinder, and then it starts cooling down as it goes. And when you get out to the tip here, the exhaust is really quite cold in comparison. And so because of this difference in temperature, the exhaust needs to be able to heat and contract on its own. And in fact, if we look here, we have a tuned exhaust. We see this from the front. We have a left side of the exhaust here, and we have a right side of the exhaust over here, but the two exhausts are actually connected through the center here. So the left and the right exhaust from over here to over there are interconnected, and this tube here, this one tapping with the flashlight, is what connects on the left and the right side, and this is for back pressure and blah blah blah, things like that. But it also has an expansion point as well, right there. And in fact, if I go ahead and put the camera underneath, you'll be able to see, hopefully, there we go. So basically, one of the exhaust pipes moves inside the other, and moves forward and aft here, as the pipes expand and contract and all the things like that. So there's expansion joints all over the engine to allow the exhaust to heat up and contract as it needs to. Rush, is this Super Ultralight Repair Simulator X? This is looking super realistic. Dirty upskirt cam. I know, right, Insane Base? Dirty upskirt cam. Alright, I'm going to roll over to the left-hand side, do the same inspection over here. I'll go ahead and bring the camera with me, and we'll have a little look over there. I'll just move the prop out of the way. And bring the camera with me, and you guys can come along for the ride. Is this your actual job? LebSpy? No, it is not. It used to be. This used to be my job. This is, I'm just working on a friend's aircraft, but I used to do this for a job. I think this will be okay. This will be okay when I just have a look through here. A little bit of a link here. So doing the same thing that I did on that side, just looking for any white lead deposits or anything like that. That'll give us an indication of an exhaust leak or a crack. We're not just looking for white as well. We're looking for anything else. Just anything that shouldn't be there. Looking okay for the time being. So we've got no major bits and pieces here out of this exhaust expansion connection here. I've got oil and shit everywhere on the side of the engine though, because where we dumped the oil from. Let's see if that's wetted out. Looking okay. Nothing again in this wire piece. It's actually really close. These two pieces here. There's a point on this side where the cross connection tube just gets really close. There might actually be. There is two. Oh, fuck. Oh dear, we have a problemo. Like I said, be a detective. Fuck. What's this from? It's not from its new position, I know that much. Shit. Doesn't look fresh. I think the way this exhaust was originally installed, I changed the exhaust the way it mounts last year, and when I've changed it, it's given it more clearance here. It's actually not touching anymore, but it was, and it's been wearing through here. It's going to be really hard to show you. I might grab out the boroscope here to show you. None of this is fresh. It's actually corroded over. So after I've changed the exhaust, I've actually stopped this, but I think we're gonna have to do something about this. Yeah, we are. I'm gonna have to pull this exhaust. That's not so bad on the bottom side. It's this top piece here. It's definitely not now. Yeah, there's no fresh movement. So after I've changed the exhaust, I actually fixed it. If I didn't change the exhaust last year, we probably would have had a problem here. Let me go ahead and show you with the cam. I'll go with butthole cam because I can get right in there. It's now what's happening is there's a crossover tube coming from number 3 cylinder, and it's wrapping over the top of another cylinder, kind of like this. And it looks like when the exhaust, it used to be really, really low. Now what I've done is I've changed the angle, but what it looks like is this top piece here, this hand here, originally was rattling away on it and has actually ground away a bit of both exhausts, which means where the exhaust tube is right there, it's quite weak. And weak exhaust is where you can't accept it. It will just turn into an engine fire. So let me go ahead and kill this cam, and I'll go ahead and show you with the butthole camera here. Cirrus! Thanks for the host, my friend. Appreciate it, bloke. Looking at engines and aeroplanes, and we have found a little problemo. We'll kill yellow cam here, and I think it's this one. Alright, let's take butthole cam and let's show it. Alright, so I've got the camera, it looks to be working, that's fine. I don't need my flashlight because it comes with one. Let's go ahead and show you here. Make sure I'm not rolling over cords and stuff. Alright, so I'll show you the overview with the regular cam, and then we'll come in here with the this camera here. Let's bring it all the way around. So here's what I'm looking at. So the cross exhaust. Can I do this hardcore? Yeah, I probably can. So this exhaust here, this top tube here that we can see, you can see it's getting really, really close to this exhaust. And this exhaust is set by an angle in the mounting brackets down here. Now I changed this angle last year, and in fact when we get a look in there, is if we go all the way in, you can kind of see that they're really, really close together, right? But they're not touching right now. When I get the little probing camera in there, you'll see that there's quite a bit of material loss there. And it's okay now because I caught it. I caught the problem last year and didn't even realize it but didn't even realize it. So let's get this camera in here and you'll see what I mean. There's the two pieces. Let's see what's going to be the better way of showing this. It's not focusing on where I want it to. I'm going to have to pull this exhaust anyway to have a good look at it. I can see it with my eyes. The camera. Oh, there we go. See, just on the left there, you can kind of see it looks like a white. There it is there. See on the left-hand side of the camera there? Let's actually orientate myself here. Okay, this will help me out a lot if I was actually orientated correctly. That's so incorrect. Alright, there we go. What's probably happening is this light is a little bit too bright. Alright, let's go with that level of LED brightness here. Ah, there we go. You can see it right there. Look at that. You can see it looks like almost like a scab kind of like thing. You could see it in the shadows. But that right there is two exhausts that have been rubbing against each other. So what that means is the tube thickness, the thickness of the rip. Looks like it's back. It's back? I think we're back. I saw a thing popping up. I just saw a thing pop up on my computer, and it was like this thing is I just saw a yellow. It looked like OBS has crashed or something like that. So yeah, I'm gonna have to pull this exhaust and have a good look at it. Yeah. I'm not going to be able to make a decision until after I've pulled this exhaust. So I'm going to pull just this one tube. We'll have a look at it, have a close look at it, but it's not fresh. So when I changed this exhaust down here, I actually probably unknowingly fixed the problem because it hasn't contacted in the last 100 hours of the last year, but it's corroded itself over now. So, even then, where it's positioned, I think we're going to have to pull this. Right, stop talking about it and actually do. Then we can have a good look at it on the bench. So you guys could see that? You guys could see? You guys could see that that hole there, the actual wearing? Took me a while to get it right, but let's turn this off. Oh, I'm gonna have to fuck with all this again. I wish I could just make this cam up here just be always on, make it always on PC camera mode, but every time I change a camera, I gotta climb up here on this ladder, pop the camera, turn it back on. I think that'll be the last time we need. Oh no, we're gonna go, if I'm pulling the exhaust, we can go butthole camera mode. and put it into the exhaust there. Have a look at the exhaust valve. Oops. Maybe I'll use a different camera. I'll unplug a different camera. It'll make more sense. Where's yellow cam? Alright, perfect. Yeah, really well. Awesome. Alright, well, yeah, we're going to pull that exhaust and have a look at it. I'm not going to tag it. I'm going to commit to pulling it. Because we need to have a look at it. So, let's grab ourselves this and let's truck on back over here and do some stuff. Now, I might need some lubricant of some description to help get the exhaust off here eventually, but we should be okay. Yeah, camera's working, perfect. I'll just use a little 1/4" ratchet set here to make everything happen. So it's got a exhaust temperature probe here, and so to pull this exhaust, we're going to have to just take off the EGT probe first. I'll show you what an EGT probe looks like. They're pretty simple. Just a high temperature thermocouple, really. Let's not drop this and lose everything. That would not be very funny. Fucking absolute truckloads of lead deposits on it. There we go. Oh, it's bent. That'll do it. This is all a EGT probe is here. I've just got it in my hand and I can't see it just yet, but that little guy. That little guy right there, just that little probe that just sticks into the exhaust there and just picks up the temperature. Quite simple. Nothing really to it. Now, from memory, they're 1/2" nuts that are holding this exhaust on. Let's see if my memory's good. Aha! Easy. So yeah, 1/2" nuts on the exhaust here. 7/16 nuts are on the intake side. But we'll get in here and crack these and drop this off here pretty quick. Only 2 nuts are holding the whole thing up here. That's one nut off. It's almost one nut lost. There's little crush washers here. We just throw those away. They're going to be useless. Huh. I wonder if I'm going to have to pull both. That's actually another problem right there. It's nothing too crazy, but... yeah, I'm going to have to pull this other side. I think this is going to be a big piece of surgery. Yeah, I'm going to have to drop this whole exhaust. Fuck. Come back here, little nut. Alright, we're now pulling the whole exhaust, so I'm going to need a little quarter-inch spanner here. I'm just going to put one nut on the exhaust on this side, just so the whole thing doesn't fall away on me and fall onto the ground. And yeah, we're going to have to pull the whole thing. Super happy fun times. So we'll pull all of the EGT probes, and because we're going to do that, we're going to have to start marking things and actually use our thinky think brainy brain a little bit. Now, because we've caught this, there might be ways out of this. We might just be able to send it off to an exhaust shop and they'll just be able to weld over the top of it, or weld a little patch over it, which would be probably the best thing to do. It's not going to need a whole new exhaust, but just welding a patch over it would be probably my suggestion at the moment. What cylinder are we on here? Number 2. Just nothing high tech about this. Put a bit of sticky tape on the thing and write a number on it, and you're good to go. Did I not grab? No, of course I grabbed the wrong size. Actually, probably be good to have a double there anyway, just in case they do contact each other again, but... whatever, I didn't want that anyway. Out you come. Alright. There's another AGT. I got pen. We'll just grab the socket that I dropped. And we'll pull the rest. Grab a wrench while I'm over there. What do I need over there? I need a quarter wrench or something like that. I'm just going to move this camera to in front here, just because I'm going to be rolling around all over the place. Yeah, I'm going to be rolling all over the place, so it's not going to be the world's best camera angles here for a little while, but you guys have to deal. I'll do you later. You are number 3. What the fuck? This clamp's fucked. That's not good. Can I get this thing to re-engage without fucking it? There we go. Almost fucked a clamp. Clamp almost fucked me. Alright, this one's number 3. There's number 3, and we'll get off number 1. EGT, got a probe on each cylinder, and probably have to pull this front exhaust first, I think. What's with these fucking clamps? Who the fuck put these on? No, I didn't. Jesus Christ. They like cut the ends of these they're just like regular hose clamps, right? Stainless steel ones. And they've like crimped they've like cut the corners of them, but as they've cut them, they've bent them. So now the tail end of the clamp won't feed back through the little worm gear. So it's trying to strip it's trying to strip the thread that's here. There's nothing I can do about it. It just starts binding up. Thank you for the follow there, friend. Sorry I can't... Yeah, this is fucked. Sorry I can't see your name. I'm trying to deal with people that have put these things on. Fucked them. Maybe if I'm super duper sneaky, I can probably try and crimp it up. Yeah, I see what you're saying there, Piper. They have been touching, but they haven't been touching recently. You'd see fresh metal there. So I think probably the initial installation of the engine, it probably would have vibrated and they probably would have touched. But they haven't touched lately because there's no fresh material there. It's all corroded up. When it's all corroded up like that, it's a past defect with the aircraft. It's not something that's happened in the last few hours. Come on, you pile of crap. If I fuck this clamp... That's why you don't cut the EGT probe fucking... Just keep going till it strips and... I'm not going to be able to re-clamp these though. Yeah, they're all pressed on. I'll have to de-loom it, disattach it. Yeah. No. Fuck! Why? De-loom the fucking thing, that would just be really stupid. I've got smaller little needle nose pliers. These would be great. Thanks for the follow. I didn't say who it was. You got the Dirty Creeper. Dirty Creeper follow thing there though. simple. That's still not right. It's only marginally better. Ugh, you can see the teeth marks where they've just hacked at it with a fucking side cutter instead of cutting it properly. Okay, we're getting somewhere now. Just taking a fucking clamp off turns into a mission. That should work this time. No, don't be a pile of poo. You can deal with this. I think we're gonna have a fucked EGT probe here. So it's, I don't know if you guys can see it. Where's my flashlight? Oh, it's over there. It's just a stainless steel hose clamp, but the little worm gear that's inside here is just, it's getting chewed out because this tab, I'll show you when I finally get it off. This tab, it's just been hacked at with a pair of side cutters, and it's not feeding properly. It's instead of it feeding nicely like this, it's doing all these other stupid things. I don't know why this camera's lagging. I think that's GG for my Logitech camera. I think it's dead. Nice seat. Is that the DX Racer bucket seat? Like some super duper government special rolly seat. Worked out. Yeah, Mr. Hack. This is what it's just like. Yeah, just go at it with side cutters rather than cutting it correctly. So it's making my life hell.
What if I go stronger? What if I get higher? What if I start doing things I know I will regret? I will make my own way. I will not surrender. I will do my best until I get put under.
You know what I could do to help this? Is not run over my cord. That would be a big help. But if we grab ourselves a little screwdriver here and just put it gently under, we could probably give it some pressure on the back side here to make it feed properly. Yeah, I think this will work. Oh, get wrecked, hose clamp! GG! Yes! Ain't shit. There we go. Yes, it was just this end that has just been, where my thumb is there, it's just been hacked at. It's just been hacked at with a pair of side cutters. It's not square or anything. It wasn't cut properly. And all of that was just making my life hell. And we got it! Get wrecked. Oh, I need that bit. GG! Yeah! Okay, so I want to pull this front exhaust. That's going to be this one here. So let's sneak under the aircraft. Grab ourselves our right size socket. And we'll start pulling this front exhaust. Alright, so I'm going to leave a nut on either side here, just so if the exhaust drops, there's something there to catch it, as I'm only one person here, so I don't want the exhaust to just fall on the ground. So the next thing you're going to need is a tiny, tiny little 1/4-inch wrench. It might even be smaller than that. I might need to just grab the miniature wrench set. And we'll start pulling. Oh, I can stay on this side, I guess, and a little 7/16 to get in there. That's not what we're using here, right? Only 1/2 inch. That would make sense. It is indeed. Alright, so a little 3/8 socket, and I'm going to have to come in here to our miniature screwdriver kit. If I can ever break into the thing. It's probably going to be one of these two tiny little things. Little baby size nuts. Confirm it isn't. Just okay. There's got to be another small one in here. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah. There we go. All right, so we'll pull the expansion joint here. We need to get rid of that before we can pull any of these exhausts. So while I'm on this side, we'll do what we can. This is part of the expansion joint. It's just a standard AN3 bolt with a big old a stainless steel spring there, and that allows the two bits to expand and contract. That's all it is right there. Quite simple. There's three of those holding the thing on. This one's in an awkward spot. Just character building exercise. You can only get about a quarter turn each way on the wrench when it's in here. We'll call anything where you've got to sit there for an extended period of time for just one bolt or one nut or something like that as a character building exercise. And you get to sit there and learn and think. Get caught on things. Yeah, where did my little super duper cute little wrench go? No, you know what? Pull it completely. One nut there, yeah, we'll undo that one too. Exactly where I wanted it to go. How lucky. Oh my fucking god, there we go. Chasing little washers around. I want schematics. The quarter air drive ratchet? Yeah, no, I don't like using air tools on aeroplanes. Why is because why we need to pull two is because the way they're overlaying each other, the two exhausts like this, is for me to pull this top one, I need to be able to move it down, because there's bolts holding the thing on up here, right? And so to pull this exhaust, this is the one I want to look at, I need to be able to drop it. I need to physically drop it down before I can pull it out. And with the exhaust here in the way, I can't. There's not enough room here to drop this exhaust to clear the studs where the nuts are. So that is why we are embarking on a quest of pulling the whole exhaust system. And the bottom one, we saw this top one here definitely had problems. Well, the bottom one, it's been in contact as well, so there's a chance that both are going to need to be repaired. So we'll pull them all to make sure there are no issues. That one's good, that one's good. I just need to pull that side there, and I need a little wobbly type extension to get to this back nut here. Oh, yeah, this one's going to be a character building exercise. I can't even get the fucking wrench in there. Oh, there we go. There we go. Found the optimum position. Okay, one nut, one. Alright, let's move on over and we'll do the other side. A cute little wrench, it's in there. Let's move on over. I won't be able to see chat for a little while, guys. I need to sweep over onto this side and take my DX Racer chair over to this side where we can smack the camera around a little bit. Why is this camera so fucked? I'm gonna take it off 1080. Maybe it's just running out of USB resources or something. What is it? 13.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun.
1280, 720.
To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one. Only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules my life destroyed.
Can't do anything about this camera. Oh well. Them the cards we've been dealt. I just don't know why this Logitech cam's so laggy right now. So what we're pulling on this side is this piece here. The camera's fucked. I think it's because I dropped it in the snow. That's the only thing I can think of why it's being like this. Or it could be the laptop, I guess. That looked fucked even on my my home computer yesterday, so I don't really know. We might have broken it. I don't really want to have to buy a new webcam. Oh, it's starting to get a bit cold now. Did I... There's a strong chance I sat down without the right tools again. Did I leave the 3/8 socket? What did I do with it? I did not. I had it with me the whole time. few more bits and pieces to pull off here, and then we'll finally have the exhaust out to have a look at. Of course, we got another super duper awkward. Fucking wanted to get in here. Guess like that. This camera's gonna have to move. Sorry guys, I just gotta get in here. That's in a tight little spot. Dropped everything, but we saw where they all went. Just a welcome change. Hopefully with one fell swoop, be able to just grab everything. Well, it doesn't look like we've achieved much now. We've just taken off a handful of nuts and bolts, but the purpose is so we can take off a handful of nuts and bolts and drop everything in one go. The engine's going to look very naked as soon as we do that. Try not to drop everything again. Alright, there's only 2 more nuts to come off, holding number 2, I believe it is. Number 2 cylinder up. And she'll all drop away. Now I'll come over the chat, and if anyone has any questions, comments, or anything like that, we'll deal with it. And I haven't been talking much here for a little while, just busy concentrating, making sure I don't break anything. So the front exhaust is going to drop away first. When I say drop, I mean not literally. I don't want it to just fall. Oh, it's ready to. Alright, let's do it. It's time! Really a shame this camera is so fucked. Could just be we're running out of USB resources on the laptop. It wouldn't surprise me, to be honest. Running 3 cameras like this is probably killing it. Oh, Cabby, you know when I'm The thing is I swear a lot at aeroplanes. I really do. The thing is when I stop swearing, there's something wrong. So it's that's when I stop swearing, something's wrong, and I'm deep in thought. If I am swearing, everything's going perfect. I'm like, fucking piece of shit aeroplane. I'm actually doing an okay job, but yeah, the other way around, I'm usually dropping things and swearing and stuff like that. But no, yeah, I swear a lot. We're working on planes. Right, so this front tube, we're just going to drop away, hopefully now without too much pain. Okay. Doesn't want to quite separate from here. There we go. There we go. Plus some gaskets. What exhaust? There she is. Well, I'm just going to put it over here for the time being. Oh, I'm all wrapped up with the professional level DX Racer chair. Ugh. That's exhaust number one. We're going to put it over here so we can have a look at it. Yeah, it's all old. It's fucked though. That would be my professional opinion. Is it's fucked. It's repairable. It's not like it's a throwaway item, but on a scale of usable to unusable, right now is I would call it unusable. Whatever. Let's go ahead and try and sneak in here. Just want to disengage. It's understandable. Let's get lead in my eye. That'll be good. Has it not gone? There we go. What's in the way? There we go. There we go. That's two exhausts pulled. Yeah. It's all old damage. But damage nonetheless. Yeah, it's pitted and fucked. Alright, let's look at it. I think this will be okay. Let's bring the camera over. It's not bad, it's not worn through, Ilios, but it's not serviceable. It's bad enough that I wouldn't say, yeah, it should be right. It's it should be repaired. Bring the flashlight over so you can see it. Well, yeah, the thing is, this is not new damage, it's old damage, but I don't even know if I'm going to need this. Yeah, it looks pretty clear. So here's the piece, here's what I saw, that little something something right there. You can see it's not really shiny. There's a little bit of shine there because I was rubbing my fingers on it, but if this had just been done, we wouldn't expect to see any corrosion there, but we can see there's quite a lot of corrosion, and this is where it was touching that pit right there. And again, it's not shiny, it's all corroded over. So this looks like it was the old, where the exhaust used to sit. These two pieces were touching together and working their way against each other. That little piece there, just that little piece there. It's going to be hard to show you with the camera how deep it is. It's not that deep, but that's not the point. This would form a hotspot, right? All of the other exhaust has got a wall thickness, yeah? And this wall thickness here is going to be thinner, and this thinner wall thickness here is going to produce a heat spot. And if this broke through with exhaust there, you should end up having a flame coming out here. That flame would start burning away on this exhaust, and we just start going into catastrophic failure of the exhaust system here, because it would just melt through there. That would melt, then all of a sudden you got a really loud noise, whole heap of hot exhaust in your engine cowl, and then we're dealing with a whole heap of other problems that we really don't want to be dealing with while we're flying. So the solution to fix this would be to put a patch over the top of it, and then weld the patch over the top. And same with here, is you'd get a patch, a metal patch, and weld it up. Now, I'm not a welder, so I can't do this, and I wouldn't even be game to try, is because the thickness of the tube here is something that takes a skilled welder to deal with. But she's all corroded up, and that's a shame, but we find it now and we deal with it rather than find out up in the sky, right? So there you go. Our first real problem that we've been able to spot on stream. You guys can see it. How wonderful. And all the exhausts are gone. Also gives us a reason. We can have a look at the valves and stuff like that inside the engine. So I might go ahead and do that. I actually haven't looked at the time lately. 8:30. We're going alright. Is it impossible? No, no. So if something's rubbing, it shouldn't be there. So I think what happened is last year I changed the angle of the exhaust. Well, they never should have been rubbing in the first place, but I changed the angle of the exhaust last year, just the way that they're down the bottom there. Fuck, this camera's giving me the shits. It's all laggy. Yeah, the Dazing, it's all it'll be is just a TIG weld and a patch, and it'll be fine. But I changed the angle of the exhaust down there, and I think, like I was saying, unknown to me, is what it actually did is it separated the two pieces by just lifting the bottom of this exhaust up here just a little bit, and it's given it clearance, and it's corroded up over the years since I looked at the plane last. But yeah. So it is repairable. There's nothing really crazy wrong with the thing. It's just wouldn't fly with it like that, which is why we look very, very closely. So I'm just having a look at the exhaust valves where I've got this exhaust off here. Looking for any potential problems on the exhaust stem. Not seeing any yet. It's like standard exhaust. Yeah, a little bit of oil leakage here out the exhaust, but nothing crazy. Umbilical cords everywhere. Is a possibly affected part bottomed out on the side of the rear part? So no, I can see the slide, and yeah, I see what you're saying. They're trying like where the two exhaust pieces, like where they the expansion joint, where it moves like this, is as if it bottomed out, it would have nowhere to go and it would hit it. But yeah. Where is smoke oil injected into the exhaust? This one doesn't have smoke oil. It doesn't have anything like that. But where it would be injected is down here in the pipe, quite low down here on the pipe. The extras, like extra 330s and stuff like that, they inject down in the bottom end of the pipe down here. No muffler whatsoever. No muffling system, nothing like that, just a tube straight out the back end. That's why environmentalists hate us, because we just spew. All we do is just spew stuff straight out into the environment. We love it while we're doing it as well. It makes them extra mad. Bit of heat damage on this valve stem. That's not crazy, it's just coking. Yeah, well, there we go. We can go in here and have a look at these exhausts, the exhaust stems if you want, but I'll jam the camera in there and have a look. Alright, there's first problem, eh? The next one is we're going to pull this intake tube, the donkey dick here, and we'll pull the air filter out. We'll service the air filter, drop this gascolator here as well, show that fuel system, and that'll probably be it for the night, I think. So probably another hour and a bit worth of work, plus questions if you guys have any. And yeah. Oh, I've got to do the prop as well still. So yeah, we'll pull the prop and do an inspection of the prop hub and go from there. I really knew what was wrong with this fucking camera. I'm really sorry it's lagging. But yeah, they're just straight exhausts. Yeah, I can see, I'll sit here for a while, so if you guys have any questions or anything like that, go ahead and hit me up. Ask away. If the hangar's got any warmer. Nope. Oh, wait, 0.4 of a degree. We're at 3.1 when I came in. What's going on, Huff Daddy? How's your day going, man? Has anyone seen if Virus Cities dropped in? I'll say hello to him. He was flying all day today. Anything else I could do? Maybe these injectors. That'll be fine. As Mendel's a mechanic for 17 years and the manager takes the last 10. Planes so much simpler than cars. They are, Dazing. They really are simpler. It's just that, in fact, there's more technology in car mechanics, Dazing. Like, there really is. Aircraft are very simple, but your tolerance levels are far higher. So, the tolerances inside this engine are to within a thousandth of an inch, where a car tolerance might be 100th of an inch, and so it's just that next level moving across that makes it a little bit better. Oh, glad camera. Have a good night, mate. Have a good sleep. Hey, what was the question here? I missed that one. Let's say, why you left being a full-time engineer and becoming a streamer? Did it give you more money? It's not a personal question. No, I lost my job. I lost my job as an engineer. The company I was working with ran out of money and had to go. So I had to find something else to do. And there's not much aviation here in Ottawa, and I really, in all honesty, I wouldn't like doing this every day. I wouldn't like doing this every day for 5 days a week, 6 days a week. It's interesting while it is, but to do this kind of thing, you'd be working on Cessna 172, stuff like that. It's just not interesting. What was the question, Huff Daddy? Go ahead and send it again. What do we get here? Does this aircraft have a cowl system? No cowl whatsoever. No cowl whatsoever. So you control aircraft temperature with this, with airspeed. Airspeed and fuel. So add in a little bit more fuel and you'll have... add in a little bit more fuel and you'll lower your cylinder head temps, or pick up airspeed. It'll help keep the engine cool. What would happen if you stuck your... It's monotonous. Yeah, exactly that. Huff Daddy, you're an idiot. Insane base. So why is the exhaust so complex? I thought it would be one exhaust per bank, but it seems to be one for the front cylinder and one for the back. Yeah, so what it is to keep the exhaust. Uh, there's exhaust pulses, right, that come out these exhaust pipes. So imagine an exhaust pulse is coming out here. Well, once that pulse goes, it actually creates a like a slight negative pressure here. Now, I'm no expert with exhaust and stuff like that, but from my understanding is they need it in cars as well. That when you have two cylinder banks, say you've got a V8, you've got a large V8, you have two cylinder banks there. Well, you actually need to you can't just have a pipe going from one exhaust to the other. It removes a frequency harmony or something like that between the two. So what actually happens here is an exhaust on this side of the engine and an exhaust on that side of the engine, they're actually tuned together. So when there's this negative pressure, that is forming after that pulse of the exhaust, the other exhaust is firing and filling up that back thing, that void, that negative pressure. And the reason being is, imagine the suction cycle of the engine. Well, the way the valves work in the engine, where an intake valve is opening, well, the exhaust valve is actually a little bit open as well. So when the engine's starting to suck, well, if there was a negative pressure in the exhaust, well, what is end up going to happen is the intake charge, the air fuel mixture, some of it's actually going to get sucked out the exhaust because there's a negative pressure there that's trying to draw. When there's a negative pressure, it's trying to fill that void and equalize the pressure, right? So if there's a negative pressure on this side of the exhaust and you have a sort of positive pressure going into the cylinder, well, this pressure is going to equalize. What is this, thermodynamics or some shit? Where this air is going to try and equalize across both of these sides because that exhaust valve is still a little bit open. So so to stop that negative pressure and stop any of that intake air and fuel going down into the exhaust, they keep a positive pressure in the exhaust at all times. And the only way we can keep a positive pressure inside the exhaust at all times is if we tune that exhaust to other cylinders or another bank of cylinders. Harmonic resonance. Yeah, I don't think it's quite that. It's more to do with the flow and stuff like that. Miles ahead, I'm doing well, thanks, mate. How is your day going? Well, yeah, insane base have even V8s, even a V8. What you're seeing maybe at the front of the engine, if you follow the exhaust all the way down, you'll still see most of the time a harmony connection between the left and the right side. The left and the right side, because you can lose power. What do I need to know about a plane engine to get a PPL? You need to know that fuel goes in, it goes bang, and it comes out the other side. You don't need to know any of this shit. You don't. It's you need to know if it's an injected or carbureted, so if it's going to ice up, and that's pretty much it. You don't need to know any of this crap. And this is why I like being a pilot and I don't, is because I'm interested in the finer details, of course. And as a pilot, air comes in. Fuel gets added, goes bang, and then you give everyone a thumbs up and wear your aviator spectacles. Like it's being a pilot doesn't take any great big deal of technical knowledge of the engine because it's not your job. Your job is to fly the aeroplane, not understand it. So suck, squish, bang, blow. Exactly. I like suck, squeeze, bang, blow, personally. But you can choose any 4 words if you wish. Suck, squish, bang, and blow. That is also acceptable. I like the suck, squeeze, bang, blow, not squish, but call it whatever you want. It's the same thing with the turbine as well. A turbine is the same 4-step process. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. That's it. So yeah, all you need to know is the engine, it's a direct drive, it goes to the prop produces airflow that flows it backwards, or thrust would be the technical word. Same thing. Anything about multi-engine? Same thing. You just, the difficulty with being a pilot is you need to know that you have 2 engines, not 1. Like, that's it. It's, I know I'm sort of hating on pilots here a little bit, but that's the reality of the same. You don't really care what's going on inside the cowl. It's the thing that makes thrust come out the back end. You just don't care about everything in between. You might care about oil temperatures and pressures, but even then, that's just kind of let's like kind of pretend, because you have a cockpit that tells you those T's and P's, and well, yeah. Ooh, yeah, getting a bit coldy cold. So yeah, suck, squeeze, bang, blow, that's all you need to know, and props, produce, thrust, that's it. So, alright, well, I'm going to just quickly blow my nose. I might even siphon a drink out of the fridge here. We've been going here for, what are we at? Oh, just on 3 hours. Perfect. Yeah, if the thing now, if it's still spinning, you're good. Just give everyone a thumbs up and you're good to go. So, yeah. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to grab a drink, and I've got some pizzas here, but... why monitor exhaust temperature? Because that tells you the quality of, well, it tells you if you have too much fuel or too little fuel, as you have a, what is it, a stoichiometric ratio or something, some fancy fucking word where it's like 15 to 1 is your optimum ratio of fuel to air, 15 to 1. So if you have more fuel, what ends up happening is your exhaust temperature starts going down. If you have too little fuel, your exhaust temperature starts going up. And there's a whole heap of other funny things that happen in between. But stoichiometric. There we go, Mike Hatter. Thank you, my friend. How is everyone give Mike Hatter a shout out. How's Mike Hatter doing line and dock, or what are you doing, ground training for Dash 8 Q400s now, right? I think that's what you're doing. You know all the fancy fucking words. Look at that, a pilot that knows shit. Check him out, everyone. Pilot that knows stuff. Like a Lambda, yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah. And Angry Beaver knows, awesome. Fancy pants words. I'm just dumb. Whatever. Where the optimum fuel air ratio is, whatever. Oh, yeah, how's it all going there, Mike? Going well? And give us a yell, Mike. I'm still planning. You can see I got the thing up there. But if final sim this week, start line training 2 weeks. That's awesome, man. Let me know if you're going to be at Avalon Air Show. I should be there. I mean, I got to get there still. That's the donation thing up there yet. But anyway. Best place, that's a J-Snap or Ilios question there, Octopus Aaron. And how was your trip yesterday, Octopus Aaron, down to, was it San Francisco? I'm pretty sure you're going to San Fran out of Seattle. See if my memory serves me correct. How's your trip? I'm not going to be here tomorrow, Cabby Lee. I'll probably just stream regularly, or I might even have the day off. Stoichiometric, that's how we pronounce it in the... Stoichiometric. English pronunciation lessons, it's, yeah. Yeah, so I'll probably actually take Sunday off. I have a lot of work to do on the Super Cub, a lot of work. Yeah, we got a Discord. The bot's dead, but I think there's a Discord down the bottom there. Oh, you're back already? Oh, that was awesome. I hope you had a good trip anyway, Octopus Aaron. Hope it was good. Do I fly in real life? Yes, I do, Leb Spy. I've got a video of me flying this with the owner, and there's a couple of other videos on YouTube flying around in some aeroplanes. Not I got a commercial license, but I don't do it for funzy for money. Why is the fan on in the back? Good question, miles ahead. Good question. Well, think about it. Think about it miles ahead. Go Dagwood dog and watch some planes. Fucking eat it and go, that's an aeroplane. Look at us making aeroplane noise. Whoa. Might even take a suit, pretend I'm going to buy a Gulfstream. Chat up the nice Gulfstream girls. Why is the fan on? Think about it miles ahead. Hot air rises, am I right? So what I'm trying to do is get any of that heat, any heat at all that is in the ceiling, and try and drive it back down. So that's what I'm trying to do. And having the air circulate will actually help bring the temperature up rather than the air stagnating. Because the coldest place here right now is the floor. The floor is unheated at all. So I want to try and cycle the air, get the cold air and move it down and mix all the air rather than it getting all cold. So A smoke, we're just working on the engine. I just pulled the exhaust off the thing because we found a little bit of a problem there with the exhaust. So we pulled it off and found an area where there was the two exhausts were actually contacting. So yeah. What else? That's yeah. So what are we doing still? Like I said, we're going to pull off the prop spinner. We'll pull that and do an inspection of the prop hub and the back plate. Pull the gasculator, have a look at that. And what was the other thing? Pull out the air filter. So still 3 more tasks I'd like to do today. So yeah. It's a cool 43 in Sydney. Australia, mate. Fucking Australia. Yeah, it's 3 degrees in the hangar. It's 3 inside a building at the moment. Thanks, Elios. Yeah, there's a link, guys. So if you do want to join the Discord, just join up. One of the mods, I'm sure, Elios, if you could go in there now. If any of you guys and you're not on the Discord, if you want to jump in, we talk about real aeroplanes, computers, flight simulations, stuff like that. Drop in there, sign up, and Elios will give you permission to see all of the stuff, so you don't have to keep re-logging in and stuff like that. Yeah, all right. I'm gonna I got some pizza in the fridge, so I could actually go up to the clubhouse and have some warm food, but I'll actually just eat the pizza cold. It'll be great. We just argue all the time. What's going on, Miss Copilot? How's your day going? Don't listen to her. She's wrong. It's we don't argue at all. See what I did there? I'm really funny sometimes. Alright, I'm going to have some pizza and a drink, and I'll leave the music on and all this crap on so you can see it. And leave it on the floor. Yeah, the fridge is to stop the food from freezing. That's what it's for. Same base. Alright, what else have I got? I think that's it. Yeah, I want to eat and have some food. Alright, I'll be wandering around the hangar, and I'll come and sit down here, so if you have more questions and stuff, I'll see it here on the iPad. But be right back. Thank you for the follow there. I didn't see who that is. That's Polar Nelic, I think it is. I don't know. Thanks for the follow. Why do you hate him? Alright, sorry guys. Just have to go write my name in the snow outside. It's getting really fucking cold outside. It's like, I don't know, it feels like -10 or something. It's the wind's picked up and all that other crap. It's not too good. Alright, let's just put these exhausts on the ground. I just need room here for a little bit, and I'll deal with cleaning all this shit up later. Alright, what's next? Well, we'll just go ahead and pull. Hey, what's going on, Joker 420? I'll just go ahead here and pull the intake here. After I've pulled the intake, I'll get this gascolator off as well. They're all the same size wrench, and maybe pull the prop spinner as well. And how are we going for time? Yeah, it's 9 o'clock now. It's already pretty late. I don't mind. I'd like to achieve more. How long have we been going for? 3 hours. Yeah, I'd like to achieve more. We haven't done enough yet. So maybe I'll leave the. I'll go for the gascolator now. We'll pull the gascolator. We'll do that now. We'll do that now. It'll take me about 30 minutes, I think, to clean everything up. Yeah. This is what I'm looking for. Looks like it. Alright, let's do it. Let's bring the camera in again. So it's this box here. The gascolator's hidden in behind it. We'll eventually have at it here and get at the thing. Yeah, I really don't know what's wrong with this cam. So this is just a cover over the thing. It's nothing really fancy, but we'll be able to see the gascolator in the background there in just a second. We'll pull it, have a look at it. Talk about what a gascolator does. It's really just basic. I think that's all that's holding it in. Yep. Let's just put this off to the side. Oh fuck it, I've already dropped it. We'll just pick it up later. Just trying not to drop the washer. Alright. This is the cover clear. Fuck! Damn it! Just dropped the fucking tool into, it's not quite clear. Just dropped the tool down into the dirty oil bucket there. So I've got a tool covered in crap. be in the world's most awkward position. Not really sure why there's always so much pressure on these bolts in this area here. Every time I've pulled it, they've always been tight. Just another character building nut. Bolt, I should say. I should be able to get in there now. Right. Looking. It's gonna be painful as fuck to get in there, but we gotta do it. Gascalator, that's it. Am I going to the air show? Wait, what? Yeah, I'm gonna try and go to Avalon for the air show. Well, not try. If I'm in Australia, I'll be going to the air show there, Joshy77. That's the plan. So I'll actually be in Melbourne for a friend's wedding, just a bit beforehand. So it's actually just after Avalon. So I'm trying to combine the two trips and make it happen. This is gonna be painful. It's a really bad spot for this thing. I think we're just gonna have to do it. The problem is there's two screws right up against the firewall, like right up against here, and they're really, really hard to get at because there's a cross brace here for the engine mount. It's really quite difficult to get in there. It's so difficult, I remember doing it last year. It was an absolute fucking pain. Huh. I think what we'll do is we'll just jam the boroscope in there and inspect it. I think that's going to be the simplest thing to deal with. Alright, let's get the air filter out. And then we'll just be left with the prop. The air filter this thing's using is not it's actually a reusable filter from K&N, just like you'd have in your car if you're a K&N filter fan. Nothing too fancy here. It does the same job, keeps the bugs out. You just put some cleaning fluid over the thing and then re-oil it, and you're good to go. Obviously, it's always a good practice to continually inspect it. Make sure there's no too major large bugs in there. If you went through like a swarm of locusts or something like that, you probably would throw the filter away. But for the most part, you just reuse the thing. one right up the back here. I think I could just get at it. Yeah, I'll be able to get at it with the wobbly extension. Which is in the bucket of oil, of course. Fantastic. Now let's fish it out. Clean it up. Question, paper filter or old school oil bath? It's the K&N style, so it's like a paper oiled filter. But yeah, it's fuck my life. Don't want to get oil all over my gloves, because they're I'm gonna have to wear home. But yeah, just a standard K&N type thing. What's that line hanging down? This is a exhaust temperature probe. This one here. This is the exhaust is all missing. We just pulled the exhaust off, so it's just an EGT probe, and I just labelled it as number 3 exhaust. This aircraft's fitted with EGT probes on each cylinder. Hey, Dashcam Trucker, what's going on? Having a good night? Oh, I'm so good. It's gonna be a character building exercise. Ugh, so fucking painful. I think this will work. That should be just about all of them. Some of these are still really bound up. front one in. It's gonna be loose enough. Yeah, we can get it with our fingers. That's good news. This one's still too tight. I'll drop that, pull the filter out, give it a quick service, quick look at it, and I'll probably put it back in. Actually no, we'll keep it off because if we are going to drop this sump, I don't want to put things on that we're going to have to pull off again later. There we go. That's one filter. One little air filter here. So I'll run the K&N cleaning agent through it and then re-oil it. You can actually see when you look at it, it's not very red. And when these have been properly oiled, the K&N looks really quite nice. It's a lot deeper red than this. So I'll just move over to the little bench we've got here and we'll start doing some work on that. J Newell, it's a IO320. It's a whose plane is it? It's a Friends. It's a Friends. I need to get a better tripod. This one's too cheap. I should be worried about the camera first. Alright, so we'll just deal with this filter here. We got the little kit here that we need to do all the bits and pieces for it. Instructions as well if we really care. What is this? This is the filter oil that we're going to use. This is the cleaner. Irritant. May irritate eyes. Alright, perfect. I won't spray it into my eyes. Spray and rinse. What does it tell me to rinse it with? Whatever. I'm just gonna go. Actually, I've already got some towel here that I can use, so I don't need to go anywhere. What is the age? Call Till. It's done about 150 hours, so it's a fairly new aircraft. The engine's done, I think, yeah, 150. The airframe, yeah, same. Engine and airframe are done the same time. So yeah, the alternator's the youngest part on it. We had to replace the alternator. The old alternator was broken. Alright, so quite simply, we'll just give our little cleaner here a bit of a shaky shake and spray it in and give it a clean. Take my fucking glove off, except having cold hands. I got the cleaner on, we don't need the cleaner anymore. Yeah, it's just reusable, Ilios, just standard standard K&N filters are all reusable. They're reusable up until a point. Like if you don't look after them, you don't keep them oiled. As the idea being is the oil traps a lot of the contaminants, all of the fine particulate. So if you don't keep the filter oiled, what ends up happening is it just gets clogged and you just have to put it in the bin. You can't do anything about it after that. So you got to look after the thing. If you don't look after the filter, it's not going to last. So actually, when you're putting this cleaner on, you can see the colors all gone out of the filter here. A little bit of darkness there. Might have had a little bit of a burp down the intake or something like that. But the actual oil filter oil we put on it's this bright red. We'll just leave it here. We'll let gravity do its job. While that's happening, let's pull this spinner. We'll pull the spinner, and after we've done that, I'll probably close up and start getting ready to head out. I'll probably just keep the cam on or something like that, but I need to take this poor camera home and check it out. Anyway, I just got to disconnect here. I've got to go grab a drill, and I'll be right back. Alright. It's definitely getting fucking colder. Oh, damn it. I didn't get everything I needed. I got the drill, didn't get the battery. I'll be right back. Alright, let's get this spinner off and do an inspection. We'll probably even service the prop as well. We got all the bits and pieces I need here to do a full inspection and service the thing, so we can do all of that. So nothing really exciting happening here except pulling panels off. Sure, something exciting to say about a spinner, but there's fucking nothing. Sometimes you see cracks in the spinner backplate, and sometimes you don't. Actually, quite a large amount of forces going on here at the spinner, though, as you can imagine. The spinner's trying to separate itself from whatever's holding it on. Centrifugal force and all of that crap. Really, DeWalt? Drill bit is more happy to actually fall out of the magnet that's holding it in than actually to disengage from the screws. Just a little bit stupid. A crappy bit holder. So we should see a little bit of the internals of the... oh, I'm not going to see any of the internals, but we're going to see at least the outside of the prop hub mechanism, where the blades actually go in. We'll see the counterweights, all those bits and pieces. Make sure the prop stays balanced while it's spinning around at 2700 RPM.
Wherever love goes, there is also misery. It's no mystery. And you and I, we got history. Yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy.
Alright, that should be it.
And you and I, we got history. Yeah.
There we go, there's one spinner. I see a whole heap of names looking at me. Wear the spinner like a hat, maybe. Does the spinner have to be balanced? No, the entire prop and spinner ensemble gets balanced together. So when you balance the prop, you make sure you have the spinner on, and you balance it from there. So yeah, you don't balance the spinner on its own. You balance it dynamically with the propeller. So we're looking for oil leaks, anything like that might be coming from the front part of the prop hub here. In this front part of the prop hub, here, this is the piston area where the oil pressure gets plumbed out to, and it pushes plungers that move this. This camera's fucked. God, that annoys me. That really annoys me. I'm so sorry, guys. I really don't know. Probably should Google why this thing's doing this, but there's no reason for it to be. Yeah, I don't know why it's laggy. It's fine on my other computer, except the colors are fucked. But this for some reason, it's being laggy as hell, and I could even see the CPU load is fine, but there's nothing I can do about it. Absolutely nothing I can do about it. So we're looking down right here along the blade. I'm doing is getting a light and shining it right down in here along the shank of the blade, where I'm trying to look in and see if there's any oil coming from around in there. And also any cracks or any grease or anything like that. There's the prop is actually, even though there's oil in there which moves the blades, yeah, even though there's oil there that actually moves the blades, it's lubricated by a grease. Just looking for any leaks. This is a brand new prop, so I'm not expecting to see anything, but we'll still have a look anyway. That looks fine. Nice clean prop. We'll grease it while we're here, so I don't leave a half-finished job. Yeah, we'll pop these two out. Grease the thing. Yeah, so here's some of the balancing that's done initially out of the factory. As you can see, possibly, is there some plates that are screwed together here. This is done out of the factory where the prop comes from. And then from there, there's a top plate. So there's more weight on the bottom side than there is at the top. Then after we've done that, you actually balance the prop with this spinner back plate here as we put washers on the back to make sure it's all nice and in balance. Questions. What other planes do fly in here? Wilksy 2015. Just this one. It's better, yeah. It's fucked, and I don't know. It's because I dropped it in the snow. If it's because I dropped it in the snow, I'll be a little bit annoyed with myself. Or if it's just we're running out of USB resources, I don't know. I don't really know how to deal. So yeah. Is there like a squash plate mechanism to control the prop pitch? No. So what there is there's a piston in here. And this piston, it moves forward and aft with oil pressure. So you add oil pressure in here, the piston will move. And that piston is attached to arms. So you can imagine there's an arm on this blade and there's an arm on that blade. And these arms rotate forward and aft, which will push a push rod that's attached to this blade and will physically rotate the blade like that. It's quite a simple mechanism. There's no real way of seeing it at all unless you disassemble the prop, and we're not doing that. But it's yeah, just a basic piston there that just moves forward and aft. This one here is spring-loaded. Yeah, it looks like it's spring-loaded, not pneumatically loaded. But yeah, this is my friend's plane. I've never flown this thing solo. I've just flown with him. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to pull a gascolator. I've already pulled that, so we just got to oil that up. I don't even really need to oil it. I could just let it sit, put it over the side, and we'll oil it before we put it back in. Clean up all these screws, put them in a box. It would be good to grease this prop, so maybe we'll just do that. We'll just grease it and be done for the night. Where's the rest you flew? Where's the rest I've flown? I've flown. Well, I mean, some of them are in Australia, some of them are here. I mean, I've flown. I think some like 20 different types of aircraft now. I think I'm at 25 different types or something like that. Flown a lot of different aeroplanes anyway. I'm sure he has. He bought me a steak and a burger and a beer the other night. So yeah. Yeah, look, we'll just grease this prop and then we'll be done with it. Like, how far have I... Oh, was the furthest. Okay. The furthest I've flown? Not very far. This is just a small little aerobatic plane. But my friend that owns it, he's flown it down to Florida. He's flown it down to Florida. I think he did it in 2 or 3 legs all the way down there. It's a good little plane. It's pretty quick. It's a pretty fast little plane. But yeah, it's gone all the way down to Florida. I'll be right back, guys. I'll just got to get, what do you call it? What's a majigget? The grease gun. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, it's only because I'm not... Like, yeah, now it's fine. Like, now it's not lagging at all. I don't fucking know. It looks like an intermittent problem. I don't know. Yeah, there's a few other bits and pieces. We found some oil leaks yesterday as well. So there are a few... There are a few other problems here, but... I just got to pull... There's all these little... There's these little red sort of dust caps on the greasing points. Just using a pair of surgical scissors, surgical clamp scissors. I don't know, like I haven't done anything. I literally haven't done anything and it's now fixed. Oh my god, come off. Well, yeah, it's actually physically wired into the computer at the moment, so I'm not running it on the wireless network or anything like that. It's running physically straight off the thing. So yeah, how we grease these things is there's grease nipples on either side of the you can see here we've got a grease nipple here, a grease nipple here. We've got grease nipples on both sides of the prop, and what we do is we take out the opposite side grease nipple, and we grease from one side down. And what this does is it just blows all of the crappy grease out the bottom, and yeah. Yeah, that should be it. Yeah, I haven't looked at this computer. It's just an old laptop in a while, so you might be onto something there. So we just go ahead and we just pop these nipples out with a little 5/16 wrench. This is the dirty part of the job. It's greasing things is one of my pet hates. There we go. We'll pull the nipple out and we'll have a look at the top here. Don't screw my nipple too much. And we just grab ourselves a rag here and we just spooge out as much of this grease as we can. I'm probably just going to let it drop straight onto the floor. It gets dirty and messy and whatever, so this is just what we do. Grab our big old grease gun here, connect it to the nipple, hold down some pressure, just start spooging. There we go. You can see we're getting some cheese out of the nipple hole there. I'll just try and breathe in some nice, clean grease. Perfect. Almost caught all of the crappy grease in the bottom there, almost. Rotate the prop over, you can see we've got a great big fucking mess here now. And we'll just try and clean it up as best we can. No matter how hard you try, you'll end up with grease everywhere. It's just like the rule is you'll have the cleanest. You come in here with a white suit and you'd find some on your back somehow. It just gets absolutely fucking everywhere. No idea how or why. But it gets everywhere. There we go, clean all that crap up. Go ahead and reinstall the nipple. Is it true if you spin a prop the wrong way when dressing the prop will basically to destroy the vac pump? Yeah, well, it depends what type of vac pump it is, Mike. That's the thing, is you don't know what kind of vac pump you have. If you have the old school, the older style vac pumps, they were pretty much the vanes in them, or one directional vane, is that they're kind of directed like this. So when you can imagine if you imagine a fan like this, is if they rotated like this, it was fine. But if you tried pushing them this way, is they could get caught on the edge. So it really depends what type of vac pump you have. And if you have a modern vac pump, yeah, it's fine. There's no problems at all. You can spin it forward and back, but you don't know what kind of vac pump you have until you might have broken it. So that's why people just say, "Oh, don't do it unless you know." But like I'm pushing the prop backwards here because it's fine. It's got a modern vac pump on it. So, but the older style with thin, drop my nipple, with the thin blades, yeah, it can. Or the old Bakelite style blades, they'll just snap. But there's no mechanical reason why you can't spin them backwards, but people say like just don't do it because you don't know. But if you're familiar with the aircraft and you're familiar with what the hell's going on, yeah, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Yeah, it really just depends on what type of vac pump and what other things as well. Like the older Continental style engines. Older Continental style engines, they didn't have an alternator that was installed like this. They had an alternator that was direct drive into the back. The back. Now the camera's lagging again. There was a old style direct mounting into the back of the accessory gearbox, and it had roller bearings, and those roller bearings only went in one direction. So if you ended up rotating one of those engines backwards as well, you'd fuck those roller bearings. They would start to seize. So the problem is not just vac pumps, is you don't know, unless you're an engineer or you've gone and asked an engineer, hey, what vac pump's on that machine, or hey, does this have a direct drive starter? It's just best to not do it because you just don't know. But a regular engine that you know about, yeah, it's fine. People say, oh, the impulse coupling of a magneto. There's never any issue with an impulse coupling on it. Is this one fucked? No. It's tight as fuck though. played with this one last time and it never wanted to play ball. So if we can get in there with something a little different. Fuck yeah, she's tight. Alright, let's do the same thing. Let it drop its guts all over the floor. Jam in some grease and same thing. It's just my friends. Someone would. I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing, man? I'd be like, who are you talking to? I'd be like, oh, my friends. I got all my friends around me. They're all watching me and stuff. I'm like, what the fuck, man? What are you doing? Do you need help? Oh, there we go. Just make sure we get some nice fresh grease in there. Okay, wonderful. Perfect. Some more rags. And the plane is pooping. Jane, yeah, this aircraft. It's capable of doing aerobatics. I wouldn't call it fully aerobatic because it can't sustain inverted flight, but it is designed to handle, I think, up to 6.5 G or something like that. So clean up our mess. But yeah, it doesn't have an inverted fuel and oil system or anything like that. But you can do some basic aerobatics with it. All positive G kind of like stuff. It also depends on how much load you've got in the plane. If you have a lot of people and gear, well, it can only fit 2 people, but if you have 2 really heavy people, you are limited by how much G you can pull, or even if you can do any kind of inverted flight, or not inverted flight, any kind of hard aerobatics. Do I not have an aeroplane dome glass? No, I do not. I do not own my own aeroplane at all. This nipple went back in a lot easier. Is this what's usually done in 100 hourly? Yeah, like, I mean, typically if you had a team full of people, you could tear at it and, you'd push it out the door. This is what I mean, like a flying school plane, even though they're under the same maintenance rules, they're held to a different maintenance standard. So, like, there was a little bit of exhaust scraping there. You'd be like, whatever, it's all good. But if I really was rushing, you could do this plane in a day solo. The problem is it takes a lot of time removing all the panels. Like a 172, I could do an annual if there was absolutely nothing wrong. I could do a 172 annual in about 3 hours. If I was really, really pushing and had everything set up and I knew the plane was coming in. If someone came and knocked on the door and said, oh, I need a 172 annual, yeah, it'd probably take a day or 2. But if you knew it was happening and it was scheduled, oh, fuck yeah, I'd have it done in 3-4 hours, being easy. All right, that's the prop. Done. The other thing is as well, like if you're talking about 172s, you don't need to do all this crap with the prop. You might pull a spinner, but that's all you're really going to do. Yeah, it's a Piper Cub in the background there, Wiltsky 2K, a little Piper Cub. Dry or wet? This is a wet system. It's not a dry sump. It's a wet sump. All of the oil just lives down in the bottom here, in the bottom of the sump. We're actually going to probably pull the sump there, but we'll see. It's got a bit of a leak. So this is just the sump down the bottom here, just a wet sump down there. It's just a cub. It's just a cub of some description. Anyway, how are we going for time? We're going okay. What the thing? Oh, it's called a Challenger. It's another kit build plane that's got a little toy Rotax engine on the back end. Guys, I'm gonna have to run off to the bathroom, and then it's gonna take I gotta drive up to the clubhouse, so it's gonna take me a little while. I'll put up an intermission cam here and just leave the music on. So, ever heard of someone being like an unpaid intern to learn how to fix planes? Yeah, I have, Aviator. Yeah, that is a thing. That is a thing. I'm going to put the intermission cam up here. I'm going to run up to the bathroom here at the flying school, and I'll be right back. So if you have any burning questions, ask me when I get back, because I'll be packing up and stuff like that. So if you have any questions, I'll be right back. If not, I'll see. Pee in a bucket? Oh no, it's not a pee for Scythe. I already watered the snow outside. It's a number 2. Gotta go do a number 2. It's the pizza's coming back to bite me. So I'll be right back, guys. If you want, you have any questions, I'll go ahead and fire away, and I'll probably be like 10 minutes, I guess, because I've got to jump in the car and actually drive up. So yeah, it'll take me a wee jiffy. I'll put the intermission screen up. You guys will know I'm being gone. If you have anything else, we'll have anything else. Do I have a diploma? Yeah, I have a diploma, Dome Glass. This is, so what I did for this is a certificate of aircraft maintenance. That was in Australia. I don't know what they call it here. It's like a college degree or something, a 2-year college degree. Back home, it was a year and an apprenticeship. Run if it's the Jets! Yeah, I'll sit down routine, yeah. So I'll be right back, guys. I'll put up the intermission cam, and I'll see you soon.
when to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing off our balance? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot
should know that I'll be there day and night. Nobody else can love you better. I'm here just to treat you right. You're the reason I'm alive. You're the only pain I can endure. And when you're not here, you're my dream, but I just want it. Yeah, I just wanna. You're my dream, but I just want it.
Deep inside, I knew from the start, you my bunny, I'm your Clark. From now to eternity, I give you all my heart. We are meant to be, it's clear to see. My love is bigger than I thought. I got everything I want when I hold you with my arms. Now there's no matter, my love and my pleasure, the key to my treasure. Whatever's the weather, day up and out with you till I die. How many times for you I'ma try? Want you to notice the one and I know this perfect soulmate. I wanna show my best friend. She saved my life, my happy end in hard times.
Are we still? Can't tell if we're still live. Looks like it. Alright, I can't tell if we're still live. My iPad here has just dropped off. So what I'm going to do is, sorry about that, guys. It took me a while to get into the clubhouse. Yeah, well, if you have any questions or anything like that, now is the time. So it looks like we're live. It is live. Okay, thanks. Yeah. So if you have any questions or anything like that you want to see, give me a yell now, because I'm just going to walk around and start cleaning a few bits and pieces up. So I'll be able to see chat, answer anything that's burning on your mind. Let's see the valves. Yeah, okay. That's going to involve just turning this other camera off. Yeah, I'll show you that while I'm pottering around. I'll turn this camera off and go there. How much such a fix? How much is this work going to cost? If you paid an engineer, probably about $1,500, and that's not including fixing all of these other things. That's if you're employing someone and that's what they were paying you for, kind of like thing. But if you're paying someone at a shop kind of like thing to do it, that's what you'd probably be expecting, about $1,500. What's some good freeware? Him Very Epic. The LET 410 is a very good freeware if you want a turboprop. That LET 410 it's great. If you want something there's not really many good jets. That Jar Design AN148 I guess is pretty good, but there's nothing that really sort of. There's a few more bits and pieces that stand out. Oh, these I've got to all take over to my box. It depends. Are you running X-Plane 11? I mean, a lot of the aircraft in X-Plane 11 are actually pretty good. The Let 410 is all I can really think of off the top of my head that would be like, yeah, you should have that. They're not. There's a whole heap of. I don't know of any really. Oh, the Atoya. That's another good general aviation plane. Aerobasker updated it for X-Plane 11. The Atoya something something. It's a little float plane with a 100 horsepower engine. So yeah. For this kind of maintenance, yeah. So a general 100 hourly, you'd do for about $1,000. Like that's pretty. $1,000 to $1,200, that kind of like thing for just your stock standard what we're doing here as an annual. But doing things like removing this exhaust and stuff like that, that's all part of additional maintenance, and that would be on top of the standard kind of like. That's typically how companies will charge. Is that they'll charge on top of the standard rate for, well, of course, like you don't know what things are broken until you're looking at the plane, and so you can't quote for those. So you quote on the actual annual, look over the machine, and then you come back and look at it later. No need. I can show you Piper. It's not too. It's not no problem. I've got the thing here. It's just I'll just do it while I've cleaned things up. So I'll be right back.
I'll never forget this day.
Yeah, I'll show you the valves. I'm not worried about it. It doesn't take me long. I've already unplugged the camera that I'm going to put it in. I just got to. I just want to have this chair available to me. I'll just pick up all of the screws here for the prop hub, so I don't lose them. That's probably prop hub. I mean prop spinner. All right. There was a random. A random washer here. Maybe I picked it up. Fuck. Yeah, there's no real. There's a whole heap of X-Plane 10 aircraft that are really good, but the X-Plane 11 standard planes are pretty good. In fact, they're really good. So I don't really think there's much in the pile that comes with X-Plane 11 is just really good. There's nothing really in there that you'd say you'd need. Like anything over the stock planes, like that stock 737 is actually a pretty good machine. Like it operates well, and does everything you would expect it to do. So there's nothing really that I'd say is worth getting that's better than it. Like there's the X737, but it's not X-Plane 11 ready, and that stock the stock 737 feels a hell of a lot like the X737 project. I wouldn't even be surprised if X-Plane asked the people from X737 to help with their model of the 737, because it looks great. The actual external 3D model is fantastic of that plane. Couple of crush gaskets here. There's the other nut. Just trying to make sure I've got everything together here so I don't lose it while I'm just dropping shit everywhere though. The let 410 never let me extract the file. I don't know why it would do that. That's weird. Did you download it off their website or did you download it from the org? It'll depend where you got it from. When will you be back streaming the fix? LebSpy, that'll be next week, so probably Friday. Probably next weekend, Friday, Saturday kind of like thing, or maybe Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That'll be when we'll be back, but that won't quite be the fix. Is what's going to happen is the owner of the aircraft's going to come in. He's going to take some more panels off the plane for me, so I'm not going to have to sit here and take all the panels off. It'll save him a little bit of time. Well, it won't save him time, it'll save me a little bit of time. And then when I get to come in, I'll be able to do the airframe inspections. So the engine here is pretty much done. I mean, we just got to put oil into the thing and put the filter back on, but I'm not going to be doing that because we have other problems here with the exhaust. So yeah, we'll be doing airframe stuff. The wheels, I've got to do. I want to do a rotation of the wheels where I'm going to pull the current rubber that's on them, pull them off, overhaul the wheels, which is just going to be inspecting the bearings and then re-greasing them, and from there then putting them back on, which means we've got to pick the aircraft up and do some other really awkward things with the plane to get the wheels on and off, and then flip them and put them back on. Do an inspection over the airframe. We're still undecided if we're going to do this tail airworthiness directive, but we've got to have a good look over the rest of the airplane and make sure everything else is okay. So there's a few things here we still got to do on the airframe. The exhaust, I've got to be able to speak with the owner about it, and I haven't had a chance to yet. So he'll be in bed or working away. He's writing an article at the moment, I think, or chilling out, one of the two. And I got to go drop the car off to his house now. It's going to be a bit more of a mission to get home. Get all these. Aviator, that's yep. Yeah, that's when you don't yep. That's pretty funny. Just get the screws attached to that plate there. Alright, let's bring this over and always one screw that just doesn't want to play ball. Ugh. I'll just quickly show you the exhaust valves where we got all of this off. You'll see them moving around here. I just want to move all the tools around so they're all in the right spot so I can clean things up when we kill this. Let's get rid of this iPad here, it's doing nothing. Alright, so this camera here is dead. But this one here is not. I think it's this USB port. Even this cam's lagging and it wasn't before. Yeah, I think it's a computer problem. Alright, so we got some lights here, so let's crank it a little bit brighter here. And we'll just use this this cylinder here. Let's go and have a little look inside. Ah, perfect. There we go. So we're looking actually at the valve stem there. So this valve is actually already on the way out. So if I poke the camera in a little bit further, that's actually into the cylinder of the engine. So what we're looking at there is here on the... What's that? Right in the center of the screen is the valve stem. And what we can see around the outside, well, if you follow that stem out, that is where the actual valve face is. So if I go ahead and move the prop, you'll see, there we go, there's the valve closing. So this is the exhaust valve here. So there the exhaust valve is completely all closed up. Yeah, it's this fucking... I don't know if it's the USB port or the computer. I don't know, but it's struggling. We'll just put it back in so you can have a look. So there's the exhaust valve. You can see here it's seated and all nice and closed. And if we continue spinning the prop here, you can see the valve is going to stay closed through another entire cycle. The exhaust valve only opens once in 4 cycles, right? There we go. Now the exhaust is starting to open, so this is now allowing all of those exhaust gases there to exit down the pipe, and all of that crap that you can see on the inside there is all it is just all lead deposits. So it's all lead, and some combustion, any other crap that's left over from the combustion process. That's the valve right there. And if I can open this up, oh, it's actually already starting to close. There you go. I could probably even poke this in a little bit. There's the cylinder, and the piston would be way in there somewhere. You can see it kind of right in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen there. You can see the piston way down there. That shouldn't be there. Oh, okay, no, it's not. It's not what I thought it was. Just a lead deposit there. I was looking at that, it looked a little bit weird. A little bit of lead deposit there that's just being moved around from the camera touching things. Yeah, there you go. There's the exhaust valve. There you go, guys. Oh. Sorry, you can't hear me. There you go. So that was the exhaust valve. That's probably going to be me for the night. I just got to pick up a few more bits and pieces around here and close up the hangar, lock it all up, and oh, you lost my voice. Oh, that'll do. Still no voice? No, it looks like it's there. Ah, no problem, Piper5290X. Thanks for the stream, learned a lot. That's okay, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. It was a little bit of fun to talk while I was working, so I hope you pick some things up out of it or something like that. There you go. streaming nearly now for 5 hours, so you've been here hanging around while I do work. So hope you enjoyed your Saturday watching some aeroplane stuff. And when we come back next week, we'll be dealing with the airframe a little bit more. The airframe will. Yeah, it'll just be more inspections. There's nothing really work-wise on this. The main thing... Oh, no problem, Groucho8. No problem. The main thing we're going to do here is these wheels. We'll pull these main wheels off the aircraft here behind me, the left and the right, and we'll disassemble a wheel, show you what they're looking at. I've done a video on the wheels before. I did it last year and put it up on YouTube, I think. So I don't know if it's still there or not, but whatever. It's... Oh yeah, she's definitely getting colder. Yeah, so we'll do the wheels. We've got to do the left and the right, and then we'll put it all back together and go from there. So yeah, that's what I got for you. That's pretty much it. So yeah, I got to go get warm. I'm going to go start the car up so it starts warming up now. Thank you for the follow there. I can't see your name. Is it Eviator? I think it was Eviator. Thank you for the follow there, Eviator. Sorry if I got your name wrong or I'm not pronouncing it right. Super informative in these real plane streams? I hope so. That's the plan. Be a little bit informative, a little bit fun, and yeah. What are these guys from? Oh, yeah, okay. Alright, guys, well, I'm going to leave you to it. I'm going to head off. I probably won't be streaming for any of you guys that watch my flight sim streams. I probably won't be streaming tomorrow. I've got a lot of work to do on the Super Cub, so I'll probably be doing that all day. And double thumbs. Where's my? There we go. Double thumbs. So yeah, I'll probably be doing that. Yeah. So that's all I got for you guys. I'll leave you to it. Have a good day. Have a good Sunday. I'll be on Discord, so if anyone wants to chat or say anything, I'll be over on Discord. Come say hello there. And yeah, that's it. No! Okay, sorry, Insane Base. Sorry, but yeah, I'll be on Discord, so if anyone wants to have a chat, come on over. I'll be there all day, in and out of doing work, so I'll try to. I will try to, so yeah, everyone else, have a good night. Of course, I have Monday off as well, so you won't see me until Tuesday, but we'll be doing some flight sim stuff. I'll probably even be talking about real-world aviation and flying at that point, but yeah. Alright, catch you later, have a good night, and talk to you soon. Bye.